Where's the thing? How are you? We're testing. Start, okay?
We're good.
You guys ready?
Yeah. All right.
One minute.
Are you exaggerating?
And your handheld.
I propose that I use the handheld for that.
Yep.
But when I when I start to shift into the 30-second instruction to the group as a whole, and then having them switch roles, that at that point what I'll do is put the handheld down. Then you switch back to this camera for me to speak to the whole room, or this microphone, rather.
I think this was picking up the audience. That was the problem.
Yeah. So they're gonna. Okay. So, but when I'm. Is that a problem?
Well, because the live stream audience at home was hearing all of the audience talk.
But if I'm talking through the microphone, the handheld. But the point is, what mic should I use
when you're
to give instructions? No, but when I'm giving instructions to the audience.
That just picks it up.
Exactly. So when I'm giving instructions to the audience, I'll put down the held, and you guys will switch me back to this one.
Yes, this will always be on.
Unless I'm talking into the camera, and then you'll turn it off.
This will also be picked up.
But when I put it down, then this one comes back in. Great. All right, come on in. We're going to start in a couple of minutes. Hey, Tom, later when we can, the monitor is still flickering. So we'll figure that out at the break. Okay, great. Good. Sound off. No more music. Great. We could even close. Do you mind closing that door for me? Thanks a lot. Great. All right. Where are we? Who are we? So, hello, live streamers. Sorry to be starting late. Oops. There are a few more people coming in, so I thought I'd begin with improv, rewarding people who manage to get here on time and all that stuff. And I understand it's a rainy day. What day is the week? Sunday, right? It's Sunday. If it's Sunday, it must be Novato, right? So, is there a question or a comment so far? Anybody? Take a crack? Great. So we have a mic runner. Yay! Thank you very much, Lee. Great. Is your mic working? So participant mic, is it on yet? You tap it to see if it's live. Yep.
Hello?
Yes, okay. Oh, hello. I just wanted to share with everybody. So I had a win today, which I felt was directly related to yesterday. So yesterday, one of my big takeaways was how much resistance I had to the last two exercises about being strong, which I obviously am, but I couldn't feel it. I could think of all the facts, but I just couldn't like resonate to it. And then also being for yourself. And so when I went to share that with Madison, my partner, I was quite emotional, and I could feel this tight place where I just really didn't want to let the love in for myself. Just felt like scary and teary. And so today I was in dance class. I'm a dancer. I have a long history with this dance company of just sort of giving up and going to the back because I don't want to deal with all the, competitive people. Anybody who's a dancer knows what I'm talking about. And so I really love this dance. And so today we were switching lines and I was in the front row and they said, well, we're going to film it, okay, who knows it? So the people that know it come to the front, and all the good dancers started pushing forward. And I just said, I know the dance. I want to stay here. I want to dance in front. And that was a really big deal for me. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I just want to say I was actually able to do it without an edge, even though I have 20 years of PTSD backed up around this topic. So it was like really cool.
Fantastic. Thank you.
share that.
That's
Thank
great. Yay. So ready for the official clap? So I'm going to clap. And just in case. All right, good. I'm still learning how to integrate all this, camera technology stuff. Well, now I'd like to begin in a little bit more of an official way and invite you just to say hello to people nearby if you're willing to do that, knowing you can always sit things out. To talk with others. And then welcoming the people watching on live stream or online. How about if you're willing, to the extent you're willing to have your faces seen, stand up, wave, hello, live streamers. Hello! Woohoo! All right, excellent. I also want to really express my gratitude, which I should have done yesterday, to all the people who are helping with this. Yay! The mic runners, the registration table, the CE table, and obviously the audiovisual crew, who are doing such a good job with this, being unobtrusive about it. And of course, Gabrielle, I know you're shy. Here's Gabrielle in the back there, all the way from France, Mission Control. So really, he's our workshop manager. He's great. And he lives here. He's a therapist in Marin. And he's cool because A, he drives a motorcycle, and B, he tutored our daughter in French about 10 years ago. And she was very fond of Gabrielle, and it was a very short list for her when she was a teenager, at any rate. So, and he was on it, so. Okay, let's see. So today, this is the third part or class in this six-part or six-class sequence, and it's basically about both this fundamental idea of growing resources for particular needs and using the fourth optional step in the HEAL framework to link positive and negative material by using those identified, targeted, matched experiences and inner strengths, inner traits that are positive, matching them to particular negative material, using a roadmap that I use that's based on the evolution of the brain in its 3 fundamental stages. So that's our overview today. In that context, I want to encourage people to, as was pointed out very beautifully at the end yesterday, to, from time to time, if you like, or even more than that, reflect on this practice of growing resources inside, your particular body, headquartered in your particular brain, in relationship with other beings, for the sake of other beings, and practicing along with other beings, and even in some sense situating the internalization of wholesome beneficial experiences in a larger community-based context of one kind or another. I think that's a very important reflection and kind of a balance to our cultural tendency in the West, certainly toward individualism, and my personal tendency, toward rugged individualism as well. So it's nice to have some balancing there. And as an online resource for that, I do encourage you to join the private Facebook page associated with this material, the Positive Neuroplasticity Training. When you should have received an email if you're registered for this workshop, and it says how to do that. I was able, as a complete, I'm searching for the right word, idiot, numbskull, novice, there we go, with Facebook, I was actually able to read through many, many beautiful comments that have come in from people around the world, literally in real time. Australia here, South Africa there, Norway over here, just really all over the world. And the comments are really useful, and there are ways for people to support each other, including offering resources or things they've learned to each other there. So that part, I really encourage you to check that out. Last point before I kind of start moving forward further is yesterday there was a question that came up about chronic pain, and that's not my specialty. There are people here for whom it is something of a specialty, and they began to tell me about some really good resources. So we're going to set out, and I think we may have it already. If not, Gabriel will know about this. He'll take care of it. We'll set out a piece of paper on one of those registration tables out there. And if you have any particular resources, like a website or a practice or an expert or a book related to coping with, managing, recovering from, reducing, etc., chronic pain. Certainly, why don't we zero in on physical pain in particular, although yesterday as I spoke, I think it's really important to think about chronic emotional pain or acute, current emotional pain as well. But let's focus these resources on physical pain just for simplicity. And so if you have any suggestions about that, just put them down on that piece of paper, and then in some way we'll pull it together, post it, and give you access to that resource. Okay? Great. All right, great. Lovely. I find it kind of warm in here. So let's keep, Gabriel, can you be on top of this, paying attention to the thermostat setting? Also, how about we open that door and maybe a side door so we get some airflow? Sound okay? If you start to freeze next to the wind tunnel of the airflow, let me know. We'll move you around. We'll kind of make it work out. Okay, great. So in terms of the material today, I'd like to begin with why I think it's good to take in the good, and stressing the point, I did not invent taking in the good. So I'm not framing this as why it's good to do my stuff. It's more like, why is it good to do this fundamental practice that every child knows how to do, right? And routinely adults do it as well. In my own view, we miss many, 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 many opportunities, usually just in the flow of everyday life. A few seconds here, or a few dozen seconds there, to take in the good. Even I'm arguably the world's leading expert on taking in the good. What a weird thought. I get zooming along. Next thing I know, whoop, wait a second, that one was a keeper, and I just let it go right through. One way to think about the brain's negativity bias is that most positive experiences, most beneficial experiences, which are usually enjoyable, not always, most beneficial experiences wash through most people's brains like water through a sieve, while the negative experiences, the painful, upsetting, harmful experiences get routinely caught, because that's Mother Nature's plan for her little critters to be anxious, cranky, and lonely, in part to be driven for survival. Okay, I should have added hungry as well, and I'll get to that a little bit later in terms of the evolution of the brain. Okay, so you want to look for opportunities to take in the good. I think there are 4 types of benefits of taking in the good. The first one is you grow particular resources inside. You grow gratitude, compassion, maybe you grow a resource for general purposes like grit or determination, and also you could grow resources for a specific purpose, matched to a particular need. Like maybe you've got a very colicky baby and your temperament, just by nature, is kind of sensitive or reactive, and it would really help you to internalize more self-soothing to manage the irritability that, or exasperation that can, or frustration that can naturally arise in that particular situation, or specifically to internalize more of a sense of calming, settling down, just to deal with a particular challenge you have. Or maybe it's a resource for some old material from childhood. I'll be talking more about this, or from previous relationships. So we have the specific flowers, as it were, that you're trying to grow in the garden of the mind-brain system. Then the second class of benefits are built in. They're implicit, which I think is very, very cool. For example, to take in the good, you've kind of got to be on your own side. You have to treat yourself in some ways as if you matter, which is particularly useful if you haven't felt like you've mattered enough to others along the way. It's also a mindfulness training. You're regulating attention when you take in the good. It's also a way to feel like an agent, to feel like a hammer instead of a nail, because you're taking action actively inside your own mind. Again, particularly helpful if, like many, many people, you've acquired what's called learned helplessness, which, as one more example of the negativity bias, is very easy to acquire from only a few experiences of entrapment and defeat, and it usually takes many times as many counter experiences of agency, efficacy, being able to make something happen somewhere before you feel more and more like a cue ball and less like the 8 ball, right, as you go through life. So those are some of the baked-in, built-in bonus benefits. Third type of benefit is that with practice, I believe, and I think it's increasingly plausible based on early research evidence, that you can actually sensitize your brain more and more to the positive. You can train it to pay attention more and more automatically to good facts that naturally engender, evoke, call forth good experiences. And as you internalize those experiences, you can gradually sensitize particularly subcortical memory-making systems, and I mean memory here, emotional memory, social memory, body memory in particular, not so much remembering information or ideas or events, right? You can gradually prime and sensitize and tilt in various ways that amygdala, hippocampus, subcortical system that encodes preferentially and tags and preferentially consolidates beneficial, useful experiences of various kinds of psychological resources. So you can sensitize it over time. Using my metaphor in terms of the negativity bias, that the brain for most people is like Velcro for the bad but Teflon for the good, you can gradually tilt that. You can gradually turn your own brain into more and more like Teflon. You feel it, you know it, you see it, but it slides off you without sinking in, like water off a duck's back, as it were. Meanwhile, the good, your brain is like Velcro for, and it starts sticking to you more and more and more. To that point, I do want to mention something that's a response to a very understandable question or reservation, even critique about taking in the good. And it's the idea of how do we take in the good without getting attached to it, right? How do we take in the good without clinging to it, essentializing it, getting addicted to it, and so forth? Really, really important point. And the key about that for me is to develop yourself as sort of like a sticky net. As the river of life flows through you, or the river of time flows through you, or your net, moves through time. Either way, you help yourself become increasingly receptive to the good that's flowing through you Why, and also gently encouraging that it stick around a little bit so it can really stick to you, while at the same time letting go. At the same time recognizing the fundamental, inherent transience, impermanence in ordinary experience. So it's really cool, actually. You're receptive and appreciative while at the same time letting go. And particularly if you have an interest in any kind of maybe contemplative practice of any kind of right at the edge of now, right at the front edge of now, it becomes a really interesting investigation. What is it like to really recognize the radical, ephemeral, changing, transient nature of the front edge of now, while at the same time receiving what's good into yourself? To have a kind of lasting change inside your own body. Right? The front edge, the song that's playing right now is constantly changing, and there can still be a recording of the good traces that it's left behind. Okay, great. And then there's a fourth type of benefit in terms of taking in the good, in which we create positive cycles in our life, including with other people. As we grow resources inside ourselves, as we get stronger, as we help ourselves heal from old pain, as we develop compassion, loving kindness, self-compassion, insight into other people, also as we develop healthy boundaries, or as Patricia said, we become more able to, hey, stand up for ourselves, which is one great way to reduce resentment, right? As we do that, we create positive cycles with other people, or as Lao Tzu put it much more eloquently a long, long time ago, keep a green bough in your heart and a singing bird will come. All right. Okay, so those are 4 types of benefits for doing this practice. And I think it's helpful to know why we do something, right? So any quick comment or questions so far about that? No? Okay, great. Can we shut the door? Yeah, because of the sound. Do you mind again? So we'll keep adjusting it. Because of the sound, right? The cold, all right. We're going to work this out here somehow, But not too much, not too much, not too much. All right, we'll figure it out. Also put on a sweater. It's easier to be warm than to get cool. So yeah, we'll work it out. Okay. All right? Yes. Microphone, great. Lee, thanks so much for doing that. If you keep your hand up, Lee can find you. Great.
Hi, can you speak a little more about how to make sure that we don't cling on to these experiences, yet let them go? There is a dichotomy in them inherently.
Yes.
And if you could give an example, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's a really deep question, and I've been very interested in it because I think the analysis, is correct that a lot of suffering, subtle and gross, small and large, comes from trying to hold on to experiences that are inherently insubstantial and transient, right? And so what to do about that? It is really clear that, in my view, all the great wisdom teachers and all the great traditions of the world that I've ever encountered or read about, value cultivation, value development. Now, maybe the development is removing blocks to or covering over of our beautiful true nature that was always there. But it's still a developmental process as a major piece of it. Not the entirety of practice, but a lot of it. Okay, so there is development. So inside the natural frame, development must involve changing in the body, particularly the nervous system, right? So there is a change process that's going on here. So right off the top, we start with, development, if it's skillful and produces good results, is a good thing. Right? How do we square that with the transience of this moment of now and the wisdom of not holding on to it, not clinging to it? Because as you kind of know, as soon as you try to cling to feeling happy, what does that make you? Unhappy, right? Tense. So how do you square those? As a matter of practice, first, the way that it works in the nervous system is even though now is temporally infinitely thin, You can just kind of see that that's true, right? Not getting philosophical or cosmic, just, now is this great mystery under our nose all the time, all right? On the other hand, in the nervous system, there are these loops of reverberation that enable it to be a recording device. In many ways, we are large mammalian recording devices moving through life. That's us. We're shaped, including shaped in our immune system, shaped in our bodies. Cardiovascular system gets shaped, and the nervous system very much is shaped by the experiences we are having. So even though now is ephemeral, it leaves traces behind. So a lot of what we're doing here is trying to get skillful at the recording process, right? We're getting skillful at the songs we're trying to play. Okay, to activate beneficial states, there's a place for that. Most of positive psychology is about having better songs playing in your mind, all right? And I'm good with that. Let's get to better songs. But it's really struck me as mind-blowing. Very few people are paying attention to the recording process itself. How do you record the good songs? And how do you improve the recording apparatus itself? Whoa. How do you then become one of these people? See? Okay. So to improve the recording process, it helps to not try to hold on to experiences, because then you get into that complicated place where you're watching yourself, watch yourself, watch yourself. And you kind of lose it. So you sort of have to relax, and you probably started having more and more experiences of this. You kind of stay with it. It's a silly metaphor, but I love volleyball, playing it. Love watching it too. Or you imagine one of these big fluffy balls that's about this big, or not fluffy, and you go boom, and it goes, and then it slowly comes down. That's the experience you're sustaining for a few seconds. And then it kind of comes down, and you gently pop it up again, and it lasts a little longer. Feeling cared about, or the sense of, like, what a nice experience that was. You hang up the phone, talking with your friend, your kid, your parent, staying with it. Or you look outside, wow, it's beautiful. Your mind starts to wander. You come back to how beautiful it is. It has a little bit of that, but you're not holding it, because then you kill it, right? And you find your own way of feeling into this. Numero uno, okay? Number one. Number two, very interesting. I think I probably have a slide for this somewhere along the road. As we cultivate, as we fill ourselves up, and soon I'll get into kind of a roadmap for that, as we fill ourselves up with repeated experiences of our fundamental needs being met, as you'll see, for safety, satisfaction, and connection, broadly defined, as we become, therefore, increasingly peaceful in terms of safety, contented in terms of satisfaction, as we rest more and more in love in terms of connection, as we fill ourselves up in that way, as we record more and more experiences in which our needs feel met, that gradually undoes the underlying neurobiological causes of clinging and craving. Because clinging and craving are drive states based on an underlying sense of deficit or disturbance inside. Bingo. If we repeatedly internalize the felt sense of needs met, we remove the causes. We remove the fuel from the fires of deficit and disturbance inside, including subtle sense of not enoughness, something missing, something off, right? We remove that fuel from that fire, and as a result, we're less inclined to get attached to what's happening in the moment. We're more at ease if it's not so great. And if it's sweet, we enjoy it fully, but we don't try to hold on to it as it passes on through. Isn't that super cool? Great. All right. One more person, and then we'll get into this roadmap. All right, all the way in the back, Steve?
I love what you're saying, to move us from a place of being perturbed and upset to one of more peace and tranquility.
Yeah.
And then there are other times when actually I don't want tranquility. What I want is ambition, determination, grit, momentum that will withstand the perturbations. And I have not yet found a way. I would love to say I could do that only from yearning. Like yearning alone is enough, the fountain of joy. But that isn't the case for me. There's always something that interrupts me or distracts me, and then I need to bring a little more yang to it to push through the resistance. So how does this work inform our creating an ever stronger center from which we move with determination?
Wonderful question, and one that has preoccupied me as well, because I'm in the world, I'm ambitious, I'm doing things, I want to help. How do we balance that? How do you, to say it a certain way, aspire without attachment? How do you be passionate, engaged, pursuing perhaps ambitions of various kinds, or passionate, engaged around things like social justice? Fiery, serious, right? How do we do that without tipping into the dark side of the force? So I'm mostly going to explore that particular topic in the fifth part or fifth class in this series around our needs around satisfaction. My kind of just for the moment invitation to you really is to observe in yourself what it is like when it's true for you to be enthusiastic, to be pumped up, while at the same time kind of lighthearted. And even though you really want something, fundamentally, you're okay if you don't get it. I'll tell a little story about myself around rock climbing when I get to the fifth section here, the fifth class here, about this sort of thing. Notice what that's like. Also, notice what it's like when you're also aiming at goals, including big goals, and there's an internal sense of tension or insistence, mustness. That's a huge flag that you are, as I'll get to in a bit, in the red zone. The green zone is you're pursuing your aims, and you might be serious, you might be dogged, you might be joyful, you might be committed, you might be grave, you could be very exuberant about it, and you want it, but ultimately, internally, you're at peace with whatever happens. What's that like? Versus what's it like to be contracted and driven? Okay? And if it's okay, I'm going to get more into that in the fifth class or part here. And I better keep going right now. All right, is that okay? Or okay. Okay, great. So I'll keep going. And there are some questions that have come in from the live streamers that I'll get to when we talk about the linking step today. So how about we start with a taste of this? And I'd love that outside door to stay open, because otherwise this room will get very warm. Do you mind opening that outside door? Great. Okay. Good. All right? You okay with that? Yeah. Okay, good. I can't read at that distance. Please skip around questions for, restate questions for the live stream. Thank you, live streamers. I'll try to internalize that learning, right? It's very good, very good. But don't they hear it on the microphone? So why restate it? Okay, good. Maybe there's a reason. I just do what Mark says. He's from LA. We were laughing earlier, everybody wants to be able to say, I have a producer from LA, and I added, yeah, and a lawyer from New York, anyway. Okay, so we're going to do a little practice here in a moment, and I want to give you a taste as we kind of segue into grappling with some negative material, growing some resources inside, and you will probably detect that as a bit of a roadmap for these centering practices, I will follow the structure that I'll be using a little later, having to do with the inner lizard, mouse, and monkey, safety, satisfaction, connection, loosely defined inside us all. Okay, so we're going to do a little inner practice here. As with anything, you're very welcome to go your own way, maybe journal, keep your eyes open. If you fall asleep, it's okay to stand up. If you want to move around or embody this work in some way that's not disturbing for others, feel very, very free to do that. All right, so get ready? Okay, so I'm going to give you a series of prompts with some suggestions for taking them in as well, following a kind of a roadmap of each of these three fundamental types of resources. Safety system resources, satisfaction system resources, and connection system resources. Okay? And then we'll come back about it. And if all else fails, if it starts getting too complicated, just zero in, here we go, on safe, satisfied, connected, or a sense of safe is peace, contentment, love. Okay? So here we go. And I start with safety because I think it's often the most fundamental need of all. It tends to overrule other needs. So safe. If you like, getting a sense, first of all, of being basically all right now. Tuning into your body, listening to your body tell you, like the proverbial night watchman, you're basically okay. All is well. We did this yesterday, noticing you have enough air to breathe, and helping yourself start to feel something. So you know intellectually you're basically okay. See if you could let that become a feeling, maybe with relief or amazement. Wow, I'm all right. Perhaps with a falling away of unnecessary anxiety or bracing or guarding in your body. Whew. All right. How about relaxing? Seeing if you can let go of unnecessary tension. Perhaps with a few long exhalations. Your heart naturally slows down as you exhale. Also, bringing to mind rational reminders of how you are actually protected in this moment. Recognizing that, yes, something bad could happen in the next moment. Maybe a meteorite will come crashing through the roof, but pretty unlikely. And in this moment, bringing to mind reminders of rational bases for feeling as safe as you reasonably can feel. In a church, here and now, a very strong and well-built room with actually people here in the room who are looking out for you, taking care of things. Being here in a relatively safe corner of the planet with resources nearby, fairly decent medical care, civil society, not making it more than what it is, not overlooking weaknesses, and definitely, though, recognizing authentic bases, conditions for feeling as safe as you reasonably can. And as you settle in here, opening to, as you can gently help yourself, to a growing sense of peace. Letting go of any unnecessary fear or anger or helplessness. Letting go of any unnecessary struggle or resistance, including toward things inside yourself. Letting go of the war. Recognizing actual pain, actual threats, to be sure, but without needing to feel overwhelmed by it, or invaded or disturbed in your core, or somehow agitated or at war with it. And if this were a meditation, you're taking the sense of peace and the feeling of it in your body as your meditation object, becoming increasingly absorbed in a growing tranquility as it is becoming absorbed in you. Letting go again and again of unnecessary anxiety and replacing it with a growing sense of calm strength. Can you close that door, please? And we'll take one last minute here on peace and safety. Just opening as fully, being peace, peace being you. Perhaps finding a place deep down inside in your own core that's fundamentally at ease, fundamentally at peace, undisturbed. If it's helpful, you might think a soft thought to yourself, perhaps along the lines of, peace in me in peace, are one. Okay. And you might let the sense of safety or peace, such as it is, whatever it may be, move to the back of your mind. And shifting attention now to receiving into yourself a sense of being satisfied, or contented, or grateful, or having enough already. It's okay to open your eyes as we transition here, or help yourself get stay alert, relaxed and alert. And now in terms of satisfaction or contentment, just some prompts. Find your own prompts that work for you. For example, gratitude. What are some of the things you feel grateful for? You've already received so much. People, things, gift of life itself. You might bring to mind one or more things that naturally help you feel a little happy. You're not turning away from depression. You're not pushing away disappointment or loss. You're not ignoring ways in which things are not satisfying for you in your life, or it's kind of a thin soup. And also, you're focusing on a reasonable, legitimate basis for satisfaction. To feel like there's an enoughness already. Perhaps a sense of some of the many pleasures you've already had, rewards you've experienced. No one can take those sweet moments, having happened, ever from you. Another prompt for satisfaction is a sense of some of the many, many goals you've accomplished. Little ones, like brushing your teeth so many times. Dishes done, emails sent, major accomplishments, learning things, surviving high school, successes of so many kinds, large and small, all inside you. As you do this, letting this sense of growing fullness and authentic contentment, enoughness already, perhaps deeper than or alongside anything that feels sad or blue, as this growing sense of fullness, gratitude, gladness, contentment is there for you, letting there be a falling away of needless frustration, needless disappointment, needless drivenness. It's fine to wish for more. And can you experience also so much already? So that drivenness, addiction, chasing can all fall away. Happy already. If it's meaningful to you in this practice, there can be a felt sense of, a felt recognition of what it's like to meet the next moment with less and less of any sense of craving or clinging. Meeting the next moment, receiving the next moment fully without trying to grab onto it in any way. What's that like? For there to be an ongoingness of livingness, an ongoingness of engagement with life, not on the basis of grabbing, clinging, craving. Enjoying life, coping with life, without any sense of chasing or compulsion. Already satisfied. And then we'll shift into the third and final section here. To whatever extent there's a sense of fullness already, satisfied already, moving to the back of awareness, the back of your mind, and focusing now more on your needs for connection. You might like to open your eyes or move slightly to kind of reestablish some alertness here, whatever you like. And now, see if you can bring to mind, and I'll start on the receiving side, bringing to mind, as we did previously, some sense of being cared about that feels real to you. Perhaps your pet, could be beings in your life or in your past, could be a single person or a group of people, feeling cared about in one way or another. I think of 5 kinds of feeling cared about. First, being included. Lots of ways you've been included or are included now. Not denying the other part of the truth, how you may have been excluded or not cared about. But in this case, helping yourself feel increasingly connected, increasingly able to rest in a flow of love coming in and going out, love broadly defined. So included. Another way to feel cared about is to feel seen. Maybe they didn't understand you completely, but at least they were trying to empathize with you, relate to your experience, understand you. A third aspect of being cared about is to feel appreciated, valued, selected, respected. Not getting into the story, just trying to help a song start to play in your mind, of feeling cared about. Fourth aspect, being liked. Friendliness coming your way. Fondness or affection coming your way. Doesn't need to be million-dollar moments, it can still be real. And then, of course, feeling loved. So be quiet here for some moments as you help yourself increasingly take as your object of attention to become absorbed in one aspect or another of feeling cared about. You can strengthen this experience if you like with a hand on your heart, perhaps on your cheek. It's up to you. If other feelings come up, it's okay, and then come back to feeling cared about. Really honoring the longings inside you to feel cared about with, to the extent it's authentic, and it probably is, feeling cared about. As you receive into yourself, feeling cared about, you might sense a softening inside, caring sinking into you like a golden, soothing balm, maybe like gentle rain or dust falling down into your depths. You might sense a softening inside, a releasing of tension or inhibition about feeling cared about in one way or another. Letting it soak into you, this wholesome, human, beautiful feeling of being cared about. And then there is, of course, the sending or expressing of love, right? In which you may have already been engaging, and you can feel free to go back and forth. I'll just mention some suggestions for feeling your own lovingness, your own compassion for people in pain. Your feeling of moral commitment to them or good wishes for them, even if you cannot actually change anything, still you feel for these people and recognize the injustices and wish them well. Also, kindness or friendliness, delight in other people, so tickled by them. Perhaps so respectful of them, grateful for them. You might have soft thoughts like, thank you. Also, people you really cherish. There might be something bittersweet about it. They may no longer be alive. There might be difficulties in the relationship. And still the cherishing is pure. It is what it is. The love, the feeling so deeply, the beauty in the other person. The strength of your heart for them. And then taking a final minute here with this part, however you like, resting in love, perhaps felt as a current moving through your heart area, into and out of, maybe a sense of compassion, kindness, and love radiating in waves from you in all directions, omitting none. Maybe a sense of interdependent connectedness with the whole tapestry of life, every thread mattering, every thread connected to every other thread, even the connectedness with reality altogether, perhaps even connection to that which perhaps lies outside or distinct from the natural frame, even if it permeates it, something transcendental, perhaps, if that's meaningful for you. One last minute here, marinating in love. And then our final minute, if you like, you can do this with your eyes open or starting to come back into the room, a more integrated sense of safe and satisfied and connected, needs being met in your core, even if things are far from perfect. Or to say it a little differently, a kind of integrated sense altogether of peace and contentment and love. In a moment, we'll take a break, and I have a suggestion for you. From time to time, if you can, just touch base with yourself over the course of the break and reestablish whatever feels authentic, reasonable, legitimate sense of safety. No need for needless fear or anger or helplessness. Same, see from time to time you can check in. Hey, can I feel already satisfied even as I wait for access to the coffee pot? Right? Letting go of unnecessary frustration, disappointment. Maybe you'll see a car that's a nicer one than you've got, and you think, oh, I wish I had that nicer car. Okay, and can that thought and goal, whatever might be reasonable about it, land in a sense of, wow, I already have so much already. If the big problem I have in this life is I don't have as nice a car as I really want, I'm doing pretty well, actually, probably, compared to 99.999, et cetera, % of humans who've ever lived. Also, touch in. Am I feeling already connected enough, related enough? It'd be nice to have more. Yeah, I'd like to be liked more. I'd like to be loved more. Okay. And can I feel a lot of fullness already? If only my own lovingness flowing outward. We can't always make them love us, but they can never stop us from loving them, broadly defined. Right? So paying attention to that, if you like. This will be a 20-minute break, actually 21 minutes. How about you come back at half an hour past the hour? See you then. Bye-bye.
Mic check, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking mic number 4. Check, check. You can't hear me?
I assume my mic is in the room, live, okay? Ready for some clap? A little clap? Okay. I'm gonna clap is better than I've got the clap. All right. Once again, Dylan. All right. Thank you for helping with me. So, greetings, universe. Thank you for coffee. I'm adjusting my bionic caffeine levels. She's helping. Thank you. A few notes as we begin again. First is, my voice tends to get soft when I'm leading a practice. So I've been reminded, and I appreciate the reminder, to try to keep my voice up, because I'm going in the zone too, you know, like that. But it's still, I got to keep it up. And they'll try to help to turn up the volume of my mic if my voice drops a little bit. So that.
Very beautiful hypnotic voice. Just
okay.
Friendly grounds and just makes me feel the loving kindness inside.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's great. She was nice to me. I appreciate it. It's nice. Thank you. Another thing, someone asked, is it possible to shorten our breaks and end earlier? I don't think I'm going to do that because we've already posted the schedule. People around the world, and I'll talk about that in a moment, know what schedule we're on. I know we're going to go long today. They had a church service here in the morning. That's why we started at 2. I also know we're going to start again fairly early tomorrow morning. It just is what it is. You know, adjust your own caffeine levels if you need to, or other forms of helping yourself stay awake. And, you know, just kind of know it's what we're dealing with here, right? Okay, that. Another thing, I really want to give a shout out to Planet Earth. Check this out. Here we are in the room, and with us also are people from Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Denmark, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Germany, Greece, I'm only halfway through the alphabet, Guatemala, Haiti, I love Haiti, I have a lot of heart for Haiti, go Haiti, Honduras, Indonesia, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Mongolia. Hello, Mongolia! Woo! This is so cool. Mozambique, hello, and Russia. Hello, Russia. All right. Woohoo! Pretty wild.
Yesterday I got an email from my friend in Canada. I said, I saw you at that conference.
That's pretty good.
I said, yeah, it was me.
It was you. That's really, 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 really good. Okay, it's good. Okay, so I had a couple of questions come in at the break, and a little later I'll address some other questions, comments coming live stream. So let's see here. The first of these has to do with someone pointing out the distinction between growing resources inside and using what we've grown. And they're both really, really important. Now, where we're going to move through this part of the overall program, and then definitely 4, 5, and 6, where we're going to focus on each of these 3 major areas: safety, satisfaction, connection, growing and using resources in those areas. All right, we'll go more there. But in general, I'm focused here on skillfulness around internalization. In other words, how do you get those seeds to sink in to the garden of the mind-brain system, which is very fertile for weeds, but more like stony ground, naturally, for flowers and fruit. All right? So we're going to focus on the sowing, as it were, more than the reaping or harvesting what we've grown. That said, it's really important to be aware of both of those things. I'm just going to focus mainly on the planting and fertilizing and protecting of what we're trying to grow inside ourselves. What that creates for us, and I'm going to do a little visual here, is a wonderful positive cycle. So basically, we have, let's say, some sort of beneficial, positive, good thought, sensation, perception, emotion, desire, action. Okay? So we have, I'll just call it a good state. All right? That good state of one kind or another that's real, you're playing that real song, right, inside yourself. Let's turn this more like that. That becomes an opportunity for internalization as a good trait. I'm using the word trait loosely in terms of how it's been used in psychology, as a relatively stable, durable quality or attribute or characteristic or inclination that we have that is, while being relatively stable, is also subject to change, development, or extinction or decrease over time. It's pretty stable, like a standing wave in the river, but it still has a certain dynamism to it, which creates opportunities for us. So then, here's the sowing cycle, right? As sowing, like planting, a traditional word. We've turned a state into trait through installation, through reinforcing it, through taking in the good, usually 5, 10, 20 seconds at a time. And then, as we draw on that trait, it becomes active in the mind. It moves from being latent or in the background, and then it becomes active in the mind as an active experience, let's say, of compassion or grit or confidence or feeling cared about by other people, all right? Which then gives us another opportunity for reinforcing and internalization as a positive trait in a wonderful virtuous cycle, a positive cycle here. There's a notion about the 4 stages of learning. One way to put it is that you start out and you have some kind of negative tendency, you don't even realize it, and you keep doing it. Let's use myself. Children are young, I come home, I've had a long day, walk in, I fall on somebody's dump truck, walking through the front door, okay? That's stage 1. Stage 2, with the help of others, like my wife, I realized, don't want to do that, okay? They're just kids, not the best way to start your evening with Dad. Okay, fine. So I go, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, right? And I still do it, okay? I don't want to do it. I'm aware of doing it. I still do it. Bummer. That's stage 2. Stage 3, the tendency arises, but I don't do it. Yoda. I can't do Yoda talk. Truck or not? I don't know, something Yoda-esque. Okay, good. And then there's stage 4, where that tendency doesn't even arise. I think it's Peter Drucker, maybe not. He had a very simple way of describing the 4 stages of learning, okay? Right? Unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, unconscious competence. Isn't that cool? It's a really helpful roadmap. And to see where you are in the whole process. The hardest stage is stage 2, where you're aware of it, it's arising. People often bail at that point. The important thing is to hang in there, move to conscious competence. Think about riding a bike, right? Stage 1, you don't even know what bikes are, and you can't ride them. Stage 2, you're trying to ride it, and you're falling off. Stage 3, you can ride it, but you've got to really focus. Stage 4, whee! You don't even need to think about it. You can ride it, all right? Over time, in the beginning, we often need to be quite intentional about the drawing upon, the reaching down into and pulling up the beneficial trait to use it in the moment, right? But with practice, with time, the good trait just starts automatically running. We have moved into stage 4 of unconscious competence, right? Isn't that great? A little, the 4? Yeah, I'll repeat the 4. So stage 1, unconscious incompetence. You're a jerk and you don't even know you're a jerk. No, I'll leave that aside. Side. Okay, good. Unconscious incompetence, right? Stage 2, conscious incompetence. Yeah, conscious incompetence. Stage 3, conscious competence. And then stage 4, unconscious competence. Or to say it a little differently, in maybe more traditional terms, this is a quotation from one of the early great teachers in Tibetan Buddhism. He was describing his own life of practice, his own efforts over time. He said, in the beginning, nothing came. In the middle, nothing stayed. In the end, nothing left. Isn't that really fine? And it's a nice way to understand our own process. And this also applies, of course, to many different things. You know, many things have become stabilized in you, right? There are many things that in which you are unconsciously competent. They are stabilized, they are developed, they're happening, they're solid. And then there are others that are kind of, you know, you're on the edge of really consolidating them, but they're almost really fully internalized. And then there are others that are more, you know, a work in progress. And then there are others that are just not yet within reach as an authentic experience that's accessible to you, if only briefly. And that's okay. It's an ongoing total process of development here. Okay? Okay, good. So the second question that arose during the break had to do with someone who said that she's in this, turning my thingy on. Oh, good. This zone, I call it the green zone a lot already. Unfortunately, kind of akin to those kids who have this rare genetic variation in which they don't feel pain and they're dangerous to themselves. You know, hand on hot stove, no pain. Smell meat cooking, but no pain. You know, it's kind of dangerous. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a little too vivid there. I should have given you a trigger alert. I apologize. I'll take that on board a little more. I saw like a horror in the back of the room. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, good. And she actually got really ripped off recently through identity theft, starting to recover a big piece of it because she was, you know, too trusting. So the thing is, as I said previously, it's kind of helpful to know which way you tilt. If you tilt toward tending to overestimate threats, well, maybe you could put in a correction factor and tilt more toward seeing opportunity and not overestimating threats. Not having what I'll talk about a little bit when we move to the fourth section on safety, paper tiger paranoia. On the other hand, if you're someone who's really hanging out in the green zone, everyone looks wonderful. I love all beings. You're so beautiful. Sure, have my home. I'm sure you'll give it back to me someday, whatever. You know, if you know you're more like that, one, enjoy it. B, discernment. Discernment. Being in reality. You know, being grounded, seeing what's really, really true. You know, so that's a really important corrective. It is true that as we tend to internalize and we tend to lift our own moods, some of the previous machinery of anxiety or irritability or, you know, vigilance will naturally tend to subside. It's important along the way to keep reminding yourself, I also need to keep tracking what's really going on here. Just because I'm happy, I still need my annual checkups and to call them to make the appointment. Just because I'm feeling really wonderful, I still probably need to file my taxes, you know? The IRS doesn't really care how I feel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You see, so it's important to kind of think about that too. All right? Okay, great. All right, I'm going to keep going. And there for the moment. Now I'm going to present some fundamental material, and I'm going to rattle on a little bit. It's very central to what we're doing. I'm going to move through it fairly quickly. If you want the slower, deeper, and referenced version of this, Chapter 3 in my book, Hardwiring Happiness, is about this stuff. The kind of simple, ordinary way I'm relating to the material I'm about to present is in terms of identifying resources to grow inside yourself for one purpose or another. The deeper swing at it, for me, has to do with growing resources inside that help us feel increasingly over time less and less, including, eventually no sense at all of deficit or disturbance inside. So the underlying biological, neuropsychological basis for craving, very broadly defined, increasingly falls away for your own personal growth, self-actualization, even awakening. And the deepest take of all, which I'll talk about in the 6th class or part here, are the implications for the human species altogether. If we could get 1 billion plus brains resting steadily in the green zone, how that might change the course of human history. That's the big swing. And if you want a couple pages about that, check out the afterword of my book, Hardwiring Happiness. So you can take this material at different levels. I'm going to emphasize the first of those 3 levels, but you might like being aware of the other levels as well. As we dive into this material about key resource experiences, it can help to ground it in your own concrete life. It's interesting intellectually, I think at least, but where it really matters is to see how it relates to you. So here's a question for you. Being aware of, let's say, external challenges you're dealing with. Could be very normal range things, just a busy life, relationship, desires or issues there, financial stuff, recovering the title, the deed to your home, whatever it might be, Here's the question. What, if it were more present in your mind, would really help with that? Right? A mental resource. What would really help you deal with that challenge? That stressful job, that irritating coworker, the neighbor who's not responding, in my case, to their tree that fell into your backyard and sat there for 6 months while they didn't remove it. That was a while ago. What would help if it were more present in your mind? Same question, different application, internal challenge. Anxiety, depressed mood, chronic pain, health issues, longings that are unfulfilled, desire for a soulmate that's not happening for you, feeling like you're banging into the glass ceiling, maybe it's not even made of glass in your life. A legacy of unresolved issues from your childhood that you've worked on a lot, but there's still a kind of residue that's left there. What, if it were more present in your mind, would really help with that stuff? So that can be something to think about here as we dive in. Okay? So now, I'm going to go through this. All right? And here we go. So in my view, as a simple framework, and it's a common model, we have 3 fundamental needs, right? Safety, satisfaction, and connection that are managed typically by or activated around things feeling unpleasant. It's a natural signal for the need to manage safety. Things feel pleasant, natural signal for opportunities for satisfaction. And things feel relational, or lack of a better word, heartfelt. That's a signal for an opportunity or an issue, perhaps, in terms of our needs for connection. This is a fundamental framework in psychology. There are other frameworks of needs that are used. A classic model is avoiding pain, safety, approaching pleasure, right? Pain, pleasure, avoid, approach. I think because we're the most relational species on the planet, and also as a corrective to whatever extent it's true, the impact of it being mainly men who've devised philosophy and psychology in the Western world until, thankfully, relatively recently, where there's a long overdue correction process, to really focus on and foreground our needs for attachment experiences, for relational side of our life as well. Okay? A framework is not right or wrong. It's useful or useless. And so just see if this framework is useful as a kind of roadmap here. All right? Okay, good. So now we meet these needs with 3 very broad motivational regulatory systems in the brain and body that very broadly avoid harms to manage our needs for safety, approach rewards of various kinds to manage our needs for satisfaction, and attach to others, very broadly, to manage our needs for connection. So we have these three motivational regulatory systems in this framework. There are certain things that don't fit neatly into this framework. Also, there definitely are things that are blends or combinations. But if you think about it in general, yeah, avoiding, approaching, attaching, kind of sort of summarizes it. Avoiding tends to involve withdrawal. Approaching, we tend to move toward. Attaching, we tend to abide in a relational field. Okay? Now, good, amazing. Got through it fast. That's great. So, what happens when we feel that a need is met? Okay, this is a busy slide. I'll kind of move through it. When we feel that we're basically safe, maybe not perfect, maybe there's some anxiety around the periphery, but in the core of our being, we feel basically safe. The avoiding harms system, in my proposal here, defaults to its resting state, what I call the responsive setting or mode of the body-mind system. Or for simplicity, I call it the green zone. All right, so we have the system. You feel basically safe. Doop, that system goes green. Similarly, if you feel basically satisfied, yes, it would be nice to have more. Yes, it would be nice to have that nicer car, but there's already a sense of fullness and balance in terms of satisfaction needs. Gladness, gratitude, sense of, a lot of pleasure already internalized in the body, lots of accomplishments, successes, mostly small ones of everyday life, some big ones too probably, internalized. So I'm meeting the next moment feeling already satisfied. The system defaults to the green zone, the responsive mode, the responsive setting. Same with our attaching to others motivational system. When we feel basically connected, enough caring flowing in, a sense of enough love and caring flowing out, that system goes green. That's my proposal here, okay? And in the mind, as I said earlier, when that happens, the mind altogether, I'll just say it like this, in the responsive mode, in the mind altogether, there's a sense of peace in terms of avoiding harms, contentment in terms of approaching rewards, and love, broadly defined, in terms of attaching to others. Okay? Good. In my view, which is, I think, consistent with a lot of other psychology and the work that other people have done, the responsive mode, the green zone, is our home base. It's our homeostatic equilibrium condition. It is sustainable. It's where we go when we're the least disturbed, the least rattled, and the resting state of a dynamic system most defines it. That's why I think of the responsive mode, the green zone, good news, as your home base. Okay? In the responsive mode, whether it's non-human animals, cats and dogs, lizards, mice and monkey, zebras, chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, etc. When we are in the green zone, the body repairs and refuels itself, and it conserves resources. It stays out of trouble, and it doesn't pay a big price. Okay? That's our resting state, and in that resting state, there is little natural reason for craving, for disturbance, for drivenness, for resistance to what's unpleasant, chasing what's pleasant, or clinging to what's heartfelt. Resisting, grasping, clinging, those are the markers of disturbances in the terms of those three needs. Okay, so far? Right? Yeah, quick question, sure. Do you want to get a microphone to this person? Or I'll just repeat it if we could do it quickly.
Are we aware when we're in the responsive mode, in the green zone?
Are we aware when we're in the responsive mode? Yeah. Often we are. And often it just is the background sense of we're all right. We're actually all right. I don't equate the responsive mode to full enlightenment and all the rest of that, but it sure is a strong support for it. To use a word that's often used in those traditions, equanimity, inner core. We might be very engaged. We might be passionate. We might be really dealing with threats. We might be managing a relationship issue. But in our core, there's a fundamental stability and ongoingness of core all-rightness, even as we're managing our needs. You know, just because we have a need activated for safety doesn't mean we necessarily need to tip into fear or anger or helplessness invading our core. Even if some appropriate anxiety or fieriness, even anger, arises, it doesn't need to pierce our fundamental sense of internal balance. You know, this is where we go. This is aspirational, but I think it's very, very plausible. And let's be clear too, I'm grounding this model, as others do, who work in this territory. Stephen Porges, Tori Higgins, Paul Gilbert. I'm talking about something that's inherent in our neurobiology and is relevant for cats, dogs, lizard mice, and monkeys as well. There are obviously differences, particularly in terms of complexity and elaboration and the rest of that, but it's quite fundamental. And in a moment, I'll give you a metaphor taken from Robert Sapolsky's great book, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. Okay? So I'll keep going then. So now, this is the good news. That's the green zone. But what about the other side of the story? People classically ask, what is human nature? I think we have two natures, in a sense. You know, wolf of love, wolf of hate. You know, we have these two qualities to ourselves, broadly defined. Yes, it's dualistic. Yes, it's mushier and, you know, more complicated than that. But I think we know the difference between, for example, feeling like we're very aware of threats. I've done a lot of rock climbing where I was standing on little things that were like a quarter or 2 quarters thick, pasted to a wall at about an 80-degree angle. All right, and I was standing on it, and you know, I was very aware of the danger I was in, but I wasn't upset. I was having the time of my life. All right, so just because you're dealing with a threat doesn't mean you need to go into the red zone. That's a major, major point. The question isn't so much what are we dealing with, but whether we're meeting, how are we meeting it, right? So if we don't feel our needs are met, then the brain-mind system, the body altogether, fires up into its reactive setting. So if it's a safety threat, classically, we will tend to flee, and if we can't do that, we'll fight, and if we can't do that, we'll freeze in response to that threat, right? Or in terms of satisfaction needs, we'll chase after it or possess it. My precious. You know, right? Or in terms of attachment issues, you know, we might feel hurt, betrayed, let down, cheated on, jealous, envious, you know, or caught up in, we've seen a lot recently, us versus them, tribalistic structural rivalries, right? Inflated often by people playing to grievance, fear, and anger. So that's the red zone. That's the reactive mode of the brain. In the red zone, bodily, resources typically are burned faster than they are developed. Systems are disturbed. Long-term building projects like strengthening the immune system, digesting food, reproductive hormones being supported, those get pushed to the wayside for immediate survival. Rule 1 in the wild. Eat lunch today. Don't be lunch today. Live to see the sunrise, first and foremost. Okay. So, and also in terms of that, in the mind, in 3 broad words, when we're in the red zone, the reactive mode, there's a sense of fear in terms of safety, a sense of frustration in terms of satisfaction, and a sense of heartache in terms of our needs for connection. Traditionally, in Buddhist psychology, if that's at all relevant, sometimes described as hatred. I use the word fear because I think that's a broader term. Greed, you know, I use the word frustration. Again, I think it's a broader term. But you can see the matching there of these ideas. And then, you know, I add an emphasis on this third fundamental need that we have for connection and our third major motivational regulatory system, attaching. And issues there, it feels like, for lack of a better word, heartache. I've searched for a better word. That's my one word if I get one so far. Okay? See this idea? So now we have the green zone and the red zone. This is the reactive mode of the brain. There's a term that's developed called allostatic. It means that we're accumulating wear and tear from things that happen to us over time, that over time actually take years off the lifespan, statistically speaking, on average, and also tend to rob us of well-being along the way. All right? This is the reactive mode, the red zone setting. Both are natural. There is a place for the reactive mode. It helped our ancestors, stay alive during really difficult times, including most recently. I was thinking about my great-grandfather who, came to America just after the Civil War. And eventually his lineage moved to North Dakota, where my dad grew up on a ranch in the Badlands in the southwestern corner of North Dakota. I mean, people have dealt with really difficult things. Maybe today, there was a moment when our son was young, our daughter hadn't yet been born, when the apartment building we were in caught fire at the other end of where our apartment was. And I fired up to go into that house and pull out that which was precious. My driver's license, the discs on which my dissertation was sitting, and my son's favorite teddy bear. That was it. And I don't mind being in the red zone, but a little bit of that goes a long way. Here's the problem, though, in modern life. This is the example taken from Sapolsky. So let's imagine here in this room, or around the world, Mongolia, Mozambique, and everywhere else on this planet, let's imagine there were a bunch of zebras. Zebras, okay? We're a bunch of zebras. And so far, everything's good. We're in the green zone, eating some grass, rubbing up against each other, thinking we might get lucky tonight, looking around, no lions, we're scanning, we're aware of threats, but we're still fairly calm. So let's say time flows this way, right? Green, 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 and then the lions attack. Whee! Spike of red zone stress, right? Reactive mode stress. That, as Sapolsky says, in the wild usually ends quickly, one way or another. Or as a surgeon client of mine said once, he said, in the OR, Rick, we say, all bleeding stops eventually, one way or another. But anyway, so now back to the green zone. And, it may have ended well for the zebras or well for the lions. But either way, most of the zebras, back to the green zone. Recovering from the freak out, restabilized. Green, 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 whoop. Next time, a few hours later, the next batch of lions attack. Okay, that's the natural order. That's Mother Nature's plan. Long periods of relative responsive mode, ease, mellow, vigilance, okay, taking care of needs, but green, 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 green. Brief moments of red zone stress that end quickly, back to green, 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 green. That's our blueprint. That's our biological blueprint. What's modern life like? It's not like that for most people. It's, green, wing, red, wing, red, wing, red. Very little opportunity for recovery. Maybe we're not running in screaming terror from lions or the equivalent, but chronic, mild to moderate red zone stress with little opportunity for recovery in between, or using for recovery things that eventually we pay a price for later, like too much food, too many drugs, too much alcohol, too much television, et cetera, right? Mother Nature's plan is to minimize episodes of red zone reactive mode stress, recover from them quickly, and grow resources inside over time, converting beneficial responsive mode states to responsive traits so that when challenges hit us, we can cope with them, we can deal with them from a green zone place. It's easy to stay in the responsive mode, sitting in your hammock, or there you are getting a mani-pedi. I've never had either, but someone's fluffing your hair and they're doing your nails and your feet, and music is playing and Tara Brach is whispering in your ear. So who knows what's going on? That's easy, right? Can you stay in the green zone when things are unpleasant? Or when it's really pleasurable and you want more of it? Or when things are heartfelt, especially if there are any issues in relationships. So one of the things we try to do over time is grow resources inside ourselves that are targeted to matched to particular needs. A little story about myself. So, as I told you, I had a kind of a C- childhood. There were some nice special moments in there, but the social part of it, social emotional part, was kind of usually C- on a good day. And so I landed in college, with this hole in my heart because my connection system needs had not been well met. Now, growing up, in terms of safety, I wasn't beaten, I wasn't horribly bullied, I didn't have a really serious illness or injury that made me helpless, because I locate helplessness as a fundamental challenge to safety. Right? That didn't happen. And also, we weren't hungry, we were not like so many people, for example, living in Haiti, didn't know where our next food or meal was going to come from, we're worried about disease. I didn't grow up in poverty. We had kind of like a lower middle class upbringing. I didn't have big issues with the safety system. Similarly, I didn't have big issues with satisfaction system. We had enough food, a lot of TV dinners, but we had enough food. And I could accomplish my goals in school, so I could, attain success there. And I was also, as the oldest of three, really good at getting off my parents' radar. It's the quiet ones you have to be careful about. So I got off my parents' radar so I could pursue my schemes of various kinds and accomplish my goals in that way. Okay. But the social system was where my issues were. So then I land in college. I'm unhappy, I'm upset, I'm neurotic, I don't know what to do. So I think, okay, be tougher, be stronger for safety. So I put walls around myself, I became very defended, very fortified. I used my intellect in part for those purposes. I became strong and determined. No, some place for that, some purpose for that, but it didn't fill the hole in my heart. It was as if I had scurvy, not enough vitamin C. And I was trying to solve my problem by eating iron pills. It was okay, but it didn't really serve my need. Right? Then, second, because I'm in college, of course, I'm having lots of opportunity for satisfaction. Partying, fun, exploration, doing all kinds of things. I was also very successful in school. I was piling up accomplishments. So, I was able to feel a sense of efficacy, like I could make things happen. Great. I had a lot I was grateful for. I knew I was really quite fortunate and blessed to be able to go to college. Wow, great, lots of satisfaction. But that was like B vitamins. It didn't fill the hole in my heart. It was only when I zeroed in on my personal vitamin C, recognizing good facts, social supplies, healthy narcissistic supplies, so-called. It was only when I began to recognize those good facts and help myself have experiences and feel something as a result, and then in particular, help it sink in and stay with it, so that intuitively I could feel that as my mind was taking its shape from what it was resting upon, I was helping my mind really stay with and rest attention upon these beneficial experiences so I could gradually take my shape from them. It was only then that I truly began to fill that hole in my heart. So here's my question for you. What's your vitamin C these days? 3 helpful heuristic questions, I think. 1, what would have made all the difference in the world to have experienced then? Not just what would have made all the difference in the world to have happened or been the circumstance or the situation or how other people would have treated you. That's where we start. That's really important. But what would have been the experiences that would have been so good for you to be able to have had? What would have made all the difference in the world? That's a clue sometimes to what your vitamin C might be. Okay? Another, I think, helpful heuristic question is, what does your heart still really, really long for? Maybe you've done a lot of inner work and still there's some kind of unfulfilled longing. Now you have to ask yourself, am I still longing for that because I really haven't taken in legitimate opportunities to scratch that itch, to fill that need? Okay. Or maybe also you have been taking in, but you haven't received everything you really need. What does your heart still long for? That's a second way of getting at what's your vitamin C. And it's okay, by the way, to know that you have more than 1 or 2, but kind of it helps to know what's on your short list as your vitamin C. And then a third sort of heuristic question is think of times when you really flourished. What was happening in those situations? What was really good for you in those situations? That, like a time you spent maybe every summer on your aunt and uncle's farm, or in my case, when I was in wilderness by myself, what was going on with that? That, I really felt good in those settings. How could I learn from that? Situations in which you really felt good, you really felt whole. That too could be a clue for what remains your vitamin C. What, in other words, is a key resource experience for you, matched to your particular needs? Okay? Needs being external challenges as well as internal issues. Now, good news for you. If all else fails, love is the multivitamin. It is. Love is the universal medicine, both flowing in and flowing out. It's so interesting that even if we don't and aren't receiving enough love flowing in, if we can access a genuine, authentic, not depleting ourselves, not getting burned out by it, but an authentic lovingness or well of kindness or goodwill or wishing well for other people, that can feed us as it flows out into the world. Love, broadly defined, is a fundamental signal for safety. Right? So when we experience love, whether it's coming in or, as Shelley Taylor, great researcher on stress at UCLA, points out, when it's flowing out as we tend and befriend others, that can bring us back to the responsive setting, the home base, the green zone. Safety, in terms of safety. Also, love, flowing in or flowing out, broadly defined, is very rewarding, isn't it? Feels good. Feels good to be kind. Feels good to be friendly. Feels good to feel seen, to feel appreciated. It feels really good to see the good in other people. What a beautiful practice that is, to see the good in other people. They can't stop you from doing that. You're not ignoring the bad, or you're not inflating the good, but you really are accurately seeing some of the good things that are over there in other people, even people who are fairly aggravating. All right? So love is rewarding, and of course, love meets our fundamental needs for attaching and connecting. Okay. So that's the material here. I locate this a little bit in terms of a fundamental model of the evolution of the brain. People can overdo the so-called triune brain theory, but essentially your brain, my brain, over a 600 million year period in terms of the evolution of the nervous system, sitting on top of another 3 billion years of life altogether in the planet, the brain developed kind of like a house built up from the ground up. The first floor is the brainstem, loosely associated with the reptilian stage of evolution, which also, of course, includes the crab, fish, worm, jellyfish stage of evolution, right? It's kind of remarkable, for example, to appreciate the fact that inside us is like a vast museum. And as you go sort of back and down in what's called the neuroaxis, you go back in time. And we share very similar systems or key genes with ancient critters or versions of those ancient critters that are alive and well today, like little tiny worms that have the simplest nervous system known, C. elegans, 302 neurons, and they too, these millimeter-long little worms, use oxytocin, a hormone and neurotransmitter, to guide their attachment behaviors, their connection behaviors. Now, their version of attaching is fairly primitive. That's about it, right? But still, it's kind of wild to appreciate that some of the same fundamental molecules and genetic basis for building those molecules are active in those ancient tiny little worms that are active today as a bunch of high schoolers get ready for their Friday night dance, right? It's kind of wild to appreciate that. Okay, so back to reptilian brainstem, focused particularly on safety needs. Some basic reward seeking, some basic attaching, but pretty simple. Then we have the mammalian, loosely defined subcortex. Some of the features or elements of the subcortex, like the basal ganglia, are shared with higher reptiles. There's a bit of an overlap there, but mainly the mammalian subcortex. The amygdala, hippocampus, hypothalamus, thalamus, basal ganglia, some other related parts of the brain. Basically, that's, subcortex. Very involved with motivation, using emotion, and being able to sustain pursuit to approach rewards. Crocodiles are fast, but they run out of gas in 50, 100 feet. But a dog, a horse can keep running for a long, long time. Sustaining pursuit. Plus, our mammalian subcortical ancestors were warm-blooded. They could hunt at night. Very effective. So, reward. And then on top of that, we have the primate human, mainly cortex, or especially the neo-new cortex, that is good at avoiding harms and approaching rewards. But wow, most of the build-out, the brain's tripled in volume in the last 3 million years. Most of that build-out, much certainly of that build-out, has been devoted to various kinds of interpersonal capabilities. Empathy, language, altruism, compassion, sense of justice, willingness to engage in what's called altruistic punishment, punishing freeloaders, even at some personal cost. That has been very related to the primate human brain. So, therefore, finishing up this material, getting ready for some discussion and a little practice, maybe a little micro break too, okay? I think it's really useful to routinely have responsive mode experiences to grow responsive traits, responsive muscles inside the brain. So repeatedly and routinely, pet your inner lizard. I love lizards. They're my friends. I like lizards. Feed the mouse. Wholesome reward experiences, gratitude, gladness, accomplishment, pleasure. And, of course, hug the monkey. There are 4 monkeys there. Can you find the 4th monkey? Right, you hear that sound. Oh, it's so universal, right? Universal. Okay? So, I think, and by the way, I gave this talk that was carried on NPR in Minnesota at this university. It was like this annual talk, so somebody like me rolls in, and the students have to come to it, especially the athletes. And, statistically, on average, they weren't that into it. I saw them sitting around in the front row, like their minds wandering. And then I came to this slide, and I said, hug the monkey, not spank the monkey. Hug the monkey. They suddenly woke up, started laughing hysterically. It's a euphemism for masturbation. They were like, oh my God, I couldn't believe this guy did that. I couldn't believe I did it either. I wonder if they edited it out. Hope not. Hug the monkey. That's what we're talking about here. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Any questions or comments so far? Whoop, right there. Okay, good. We only have 1 mic runner today, or maybe 2? I don't know. Great, right there. Good.
So if love is the universal medicine, should we be doing loving kindness meditation every day as opposed to other types of meditation? Is that more beneficial than an open awareness or focusing on another kind of word or a phrase?
Okay, great. Thank you. So if love is the universal medicine, should we, let's say in that part of our day in which we're doing some kind of formal practice, really consider tilting more toward the heart, as it were, distinct from other practices that are maybe more oriented around training and steadiness of mind, like locking onto some object of attention, or that are maybe more oriented around just choiceless awareness, open awareness, where you just really just go into kind of bare witnessing of the streaming of consciousness rolling by with all its flotsam and jetsam, right? Empty beer cans, right? Baby bottles, whatever. Okay, rolling on by. So, question? I think first, it really depends on the person. And I also think a lot, it's important to be aware of what's happening in the rest of your day. Now, if a person really drank my Kool-Aid, which is sugar-free and really good for you. But anyway, and was really into this, for me, really, if you're really into this, half a dozen times a day, less than half a minute at a time is a pretty solid standard for doing this as a practice of ongoing cultivation. That's less than 5 minutes a day. Now, some of those 5 minutes can often be done in formal practice. Maybe just before sleep, a few things you're grateful for. Maybe at a meal, really appreciating the opportunity to eat. Maybe in some kind of formal practice. For some people, their serious contemplative practice is walking their dog every morning, or making art, or dancing, or moving their body, or Pilates, or prayer, doing their practice in relationship with something divine, transcendental, let's say. Great, whatever you find, so that part. And then in terms of a should, I'm a little reluctant about a should. I think a lot, if you are going to do a formal practice, be aware of what you're doing and why you're doing it and how it's going. And ask yourself, am I doing this because I'm just sort of supposed to? And honestly, it's kind of dry and familiar. It's lacking novelty. And am I really gaining that much from it? You could ask that. Alternately, you might find that there is something that could have a richness to it. Now, it's also true, just finishing here, that people can do different things, and that's okay. I know a number of very senior meditation teachers who will start with some heartfeltness for many reasons, including embedding their own practice in a relatedness with others, kind of related to the comment or question about how do we situate our individual practices. Do we do them in an isolation, or do we do them with a felt sense of relatedness with others as part of some community, even a virtual community, all the way out in Russia, let's say right now. And so I know people who are very traditional teachers. They've got open awareness down, really down. They'll start by opening the heart and coming into the body and grounding the body, and then they'll go into a more sort of a subtler, less effortful state of mind. And then maybe when they're done, they'll come back and offer the fruits of their practice to others. So there's a natural rhythm to it. And the point about all that for me is not to pitch any kind of practice for you, or even pitch contemplative practice or formal practice at all. But on the other hand, to appreciate that there are certain opportunities in which I think the nervous system is especially receptive to beneficial growth and healing and transformation. One of those particular times when the garden of the mind-brain system is especially spongy and fertile is in any kind of formal practice. Another time is just before sleep. It's really interesting that the founder of the Jesuits in the Catholic tradition, Ignatius Loyola, had this very insightful comment. He said, if you give up all of your formal practices except one, keep whatever you do just before sleep. Isn't that interesting? Because you're very receptive, and what you prime there kind of sets you up for the next 6, 8 or more hours, let's say, of sleep. Hopefully you're getting that much. All right? Maybe another question or comment, and then we'll take a micro break and do a practice. We're all good? How about we take a micro break, including worldwide? Stand up. How about a little standing here? All right, good. So I'm going to call out some potential vitamin C's, all right? And I'm going to start safety. I'm going to move through. See if any of them just kind of moves your needle. Like, yeah, that one. Okay, so starting with safety, relaxation, strength. Okay, and feel free if you want to say something. That's cool too. Calming. Let's see. Letting go of tension. Tranquility. Seeing threats accurately, not being alarmist, not, getting freaked out, not seeing paper tigers under every corner. All right? Okay. Another, let's say it's the satisfaction system. And my list right there was not inclusive. Don't worry about that. And we have some slides later where I do a lot of the matching. So how about satisfaction? Gratitude. Gladness. More of that these days. Sense of accomplishment. Internalizing so many goals accomplished. So many successes in the flow of your life. Wholesome pleasure. The deliciousness of a single raisin. Apples, remember? With or without, psychedelics. Yum, 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 yum. Rewards taking in, right? Okay? All right? And then also the attachment system, connection, feeling included. Yes. Feeling appreciated. feeling seen, feeling liked, feeling loved. Flip the other way, a kind of benevolence toward others, a forgiveness, a patience, a seeing the good in them. How about skillful assertiveness? Paradoxically establishing those fences that really enable us to be good neighbors with other people. Autonomy really supports intimacy. It's hard to sustain real intimacy if you don't have a stability of autonomy. All right? Okay, good. All right. Whew. All right, come on back. Come on, sit down. We'll head into a dinner break at about 5 past the hour, so we're going to hang in there, but then we're only about 45 minutes away from a break here. Okay? Coming back? All right. So, I want to talk now about the fourth step in the heal process, linking positive and negative experiences. And this is where we do get into so-called negative material. All right? Let's see here where I am. Tickety-tick-tock. So how do I want to do this? Okay, good. Here's what we're going to do. So what do I mean by negative? I'm not being negative about negative, because then you have more negative, right? There is a place for suffering. Suffering is part of life, right? It's part of everyone's life. In some people's cases, it's really a part of their life. And if we fight the pain, if we start throwing, what we could say second darts to add to the first darts of life, we just have more darts, right? So that's true. And it is true that there are some lessons that you get, some growth that you get only from quote-unquote painful, difficult, stressful, challenging, negative experiences, right? Sometimes, for example, you don't really know that you'll do the right thing when it's hard until you actually do the right thing when it's hard. There's certain kinds of fortitude that we develop only because we lived through a real crap cupcake. I never used that phrase before. It's a good one. I like it. Anyway, so, all right, you can let that, you just forget that that happened. It just was gone. Just like that. Okay, you're not a recording device. Just went out. Okay. Anyway, so that's true. But here's a question. Given that there's always collateral damage, there's always allostatic load from our painful, difficult experiences, and we have a brain that's really prepped for overlearning from the negative, could we have acquired the same beneficial gain, the same learning, the same growth of inner resources, the same acquisition of beneficial traits? Could that have occurred without paying that collateral damage price? Right? And then also, it's the case that much of the way, I think in many ways the primary way to grow inner resources of various kinds inside is to have experiences of them that we install as beneficial traits. Right? And in most cases, those experiences are enjoyable. People, I think, tend to overrate the benefits of pain, all the gain from pain. First, could we have gotten that gain without the pain? And second, let's tell the truth about how much pain for which there's no gain. Right? If negative experiences are so valuable, so wonderful, yeah, you want some of mine? You don't feel like you have enough? Really? Oh, I'm happy to. You want to take some? No. So that's a framework for thinking about negative material. And I look at it really pragmatically. I'm not fighting the negative. I'm not trying to deny the negative. But I'm asking pragmatically, how much negative would you wish others to experience? Right? Turn it around. It's perfectly appropriate and just to have those same standards or aims, perspectives toward yourself. And also, what can you do to cope with the negative out there in the world or inside your own mind and grow more of the positive? So that's kind of a framework for thinking about linking. How does linking work? I didn't invent it. It's a normal process in which we use this design feature of the nervous system. Neurons that fire together wire together. Material associates. In the network, the vast network of the nervous system, you have 1.1 trillion cells inside your head. Roughly 1% of all the cells in the body. Ish. right? 10% or so of those cells in your head are neurons. There are neurons elsewhere in the body as well. In other words, roughly 100 billion of them. A typical neuron, certainly in your head, in the brain, makes on average about 5,000 connections with other neurons, connections called synapses, giving us our own internal World Wide Web with several 100 trillion little microprocessors. Each one of those nodes of connection. It's like a little microprocessor, a little information processor. Wow. And in that vast network, neurons are typically firing 5 to 50 times a second. Synchronized patterns of activation, discerned through brain waves that are pulsing and according to certain rhythms. Synchronized patterns of billions of synapses, maybe trillions of synapses, synchronizing together, 5 times a second, 50 times a second, even 80 times a second in synchronized action. A lot of stuff is going on, right? In that vast network, different patterns of activation tend to start associating with each other. That's how learning occurs over time. That means that if we are holding positive material in awareness at the same time as negative material, they tend to associate with each other. The key is to have the good be bigger than the bad, since the bad is naturally stronger than the good. That's the title that one of those 2 literature reviews and the references in the back of the slide set about the negativity bias. If bad is stronger than good, we really need to help the good be stronger than the bad, so that the positive experience, let's say, of feeling cared about today can associate with, soothe, put into context, ease, touch, sink down into the younger layers of, and eventually even replace that old negative material of not feeling so cared about, feeling pushed out, unwanted, unseen, abandoned, betrayed, abused, shamed. Right? So we want the positive to be bigger than the negative. Right? Okay? So the mechanics of this, in this framework, this is the linking step, are we need to be able to do 3 things. To link, and think of common examples. You're upset about something and you're talking with your friend, and you're calming down. As our daughter's best friend would say to her in middle school, Laurel, remember your happy place. All right? That's sweet. Or maybe you're talking to yourself. You're talking yourself off the ledge. You're really irritated or upset about something. You're flaring about it, but then you're starting to settle down and you're talking with yourself a little bit. You're reminding yourself, she's really old. She doesn't have all her wits about her these days. Perhaps an aging relative. She was really good to me when I was a kid. This is a passing experience. I'm not going to have to sit through this lunch much longer. I brought my own car. I can leave when I want. Thank goodness. Whatever. You talk yourself off the ledge. Maybe you hold the negative in open, spacious awareness. Maybe you turn it over to something spiritual, some higher power. Something's happening there. Natural forms of linking. To be able to do that, 3 conditions. 1, you need to be able to divide awareness. You need to be aware of roughly 2 things at the same time, or flicker back and forth pretty quickly between them. If we spend a lot of time on a positive and then shift to a lot of time with the negative, they don't tend to associate. They're just 2 separate things, and they often can get consolidated and internalized in 2 separate silos. I've known a lot of people who who knew they were good persons, who felt really good about themselves or whatever. They had a lot of positive social supplies over here, but over here they had a lot of loneliness, a lot of feeling hurt, a lot of feeling left out, especially from when they were younger, and the 2 were not connecting to each other. So the important thing is to bring them both into awareness at the same time, or flickering back and forth pretty quickly. It's kind of like if your spotlight of attention starts out as a narrow beam, you widen it to include the whole field of awareness. And we'll do these as practices in here many times, and you'll get better and better at it. Okay, first condition. Little kids, people who are demented, people who are stoned out of their minds, tend to not be able to do this, hold 2 things in awareness at once. Sometimes they need an auxiliary ego, to use the term, to kind of help them do that. All right? Second condition, you need to be able to not get hijacked by the negative. Do not underestimate the power of the negative. You know, it'll happen in here. It happens always. Someone who's very, mature in their own personal practice will be surprised by how powerful the negative is, including stuff they thought they had dealt with. You know, don't underestimate the power of the dark side of the force, etc. And if you get hijacked by the negative, drop it. You're not here to reinforce the negative. Okay? Now, I think there's a place for just exploring the negative, just going into it, seeing what's there, being with it. Right? The first of the three great ways and the most fundamental way to practice with the mind. Unpacking it, investigating it, disentangling, deconstructing it, sensing down into the younger, more vulnerable layers of the negative. There's a place for that. In the linking practice, we're not trying to do that. In the linking practice, we're doing a combination of trying to reduce the negative, pulling weeds, and replace them with flowers. It's a 2-for-1 practice. Is that clear? Just because we're doing that 2-for-1 practice doesn't mean there isn't a place for just being with the negative. And then the third condition, then I'll take a question or a comment. The third condition is keep the positive bigger. Okay, is that clear? All right, question, comment over here, right there, coming to you. Great, thanks, Gina. I really appreciate it. Go the mic runners.
So I notice for myself and also my clients at times they're coming in already hijacked. They're highly anxious, depressed, in one of or all three of the states of the brain that are, So how would you use this material when they're already hijacked?
Good, got it. Even though I was flicking through my notes to make sure I'm on the right page so far. So there are two, I don't think I have a, I'll get to your question and the slide after this one. All right, so your question is a lot around sequence. And so, next thing, 3 levels of engagement with the negative. These are loose distinctions. And again, all this will become much more real when I take you through it repeatedly. And it may ring true for you already because you already have done linking in your life, right? We know how to do this. First, just the idea of the negative. That's the most useful for the worst stuff because it's the safest. Just the idea that you were bullied a lot in school or that you were attacked maybe in some way. Or just the idea that you've had a really shocking loss. Just the idea. That's the most superficial and safest degree of engagement with negative. Or you could have more of a felt sense of it. Maybe more of a felt sense. I'll use the bullying example as a kid in school, at one time or another. More of a sense of how you felt ashamed or small or infuriated, a helpless fury. So unfair. And no one was coming through for you. They weren't helping you, they weren't coming in, they let you down, they just let it happen, whatever. Maybe more of a sense of that, but still, it's not full immersion in it, right? And then you have the third level of engagement where you really sense the positive, contacting the negative, going into the negative, touching it, speaking to it, soothing it, reaching maybe into younger layers of your own psyche in a very, very active way. Not just being in the second way of doing it with a felt sense of the negative here and a very strong sense of the positive here, but that they're not interacting very much with each other. These are loose distinctions, but they give you a sense of a kind of a roadmap. Okay, with that. And throughout, you keep the positive bigger. Okay? Then the last slide of skills, and I'll respond to your question, comment. Then we'll do a practice, then we'll have dinner. All right? Pretty good. Okay, I don't know what you're doing in Moscow there, but we're going to have dinner here. All right. Okay, so now, some basic skills, be on your own side. A little bit, it's like you want to have a good lawyer inside you. I think of like your caring committee who's with you. You want the good to win. You're not mad at the negative, you don't hate the negative because that just feeds the wolf of hate, but you are on your own side. That's why we did those fundamental previous skills, of being for yourself and wishing yourself well. Also, often you'll discover a kind of creativity emerges. You'll be surprised perhaps what comes up. Be resourceful. You know, explore this process. You know, be inventive and playful. It's perfectly okay and good to do that. If the negative grabs you, drop it. Maybe return to it, maybe don't return to it. You don't need to do the linking step to grow key resources inside yourself, right? The linking step is optional. You can grow key resources, your personal vitamin C. You can take your vitamin C without bringing scurvy to mind. See that metaphor? Okay. It's a stretch, but I went there. All right. You might want to get a sense of receiving the positive into the negative. That can be very powerful. Like places that had the absence of the good, that was a lot the case for me. The positive sinking into it, going into those hollow places inside, filling up the empty places. Or you might have a sense in which there was the presence of the bad. Maybe that's the nature of your negative material, that the positive is calming it, soothing it, settling it. Or maybe a sense of the positive clarity or sense of perspective you have now as an adult is going into the ideas or beliefs or conclusions you drew as a child. You know, bringing it, you know, like explaining it. Like for me, it was a light bulb moment when I realized that after my much younger brother was born, that my mom became depressed. Just understanding that. It's like the understanding of that I acquired after we had kids ourselves. In my late 30s and then 40s, connected to a younger part of me, age, you know, I was 8.5 when he was born, you know, 9, 10, 11, 12, like, oh, helping those younger parts of me understand. More of a sense of perspective, right? What was going on. You have a sense of it going into the broadly defined negative material. End with just the positive, and I'll take you through this sequence when we do linking, right? Just stabilize, let go of anything negative, and just reinforce the positive. As a bonus, I don't have it on the slide here, several times in the next what's called window of reconsolidation, as the negative starts getting reconsolidated in memory systems, and it's labile, it's fluid, it's flexible, it's, you know, amenable to influence for the next hour or so after a practice. Several times after you do a practice of linking, just call up the pure positive a few more times. And that will tend to continue to disrupt, some studies show, the reconsolidation of the negative material back down the memory hole. Okay? And I'll try to remember to encourage that as well, but I may forget. All right, and then last, you can start, to your point, with either positive or negative material. So here's a natural sequence. You know what your vitamin C is, let's say. Let's suppose that for you it's a sense of calm strength because you're dealing with some threats or challenges, or maybe you're chronically anxious. Calm strength. And that's your vitamin C. So you look for opportunities to experience it. Maybe you're already feeling it and you go like, yeah, that's how it feels after I, you know, work out. Or that's how I feel when I walk uphill to my house and I can feel my strength in my body doing that. Or maybe you deliberately call it up. Now you have calm strength, okay? That's your vitamin C. You take it in, and maybe you deliberately call up old feelings of weakness, being overpowered, not being outnumbered, outgunned. They're coming at you. Or you bring up feelings of anxiety or things that you're worried about. The negative material over here. Bills to pay, health issues, other people that are coming at you like the Terminator a little bit, you know? And you're not denying the negative, but you're keeping the sense of calm strength really big for you as you deliberately bring to mind some of the negative for maybe half a minute, maybe longer. Because you know you've got a good vitamin C experience running, why not use it bit by bit to reduce some of that negative stuff? Okay? That would be a sequence. A different sequence would be you start with a negative. You're flooded with worry. You start by just being with it. Witness it. Name it. Step back from it. Disidentify from it. Step out of the movie. Watch it. 20 rows back. It's unpleasant, but you're over here watching it. Maybe sense down into what's deeper, younger, perhaps turbocharging it. All right? Be with it. Then there's a natural rhythm where we move into releasing. The second great way to practice. Letting go, letting tension flow out of ourselves, recognizing that some of the thoughts maybe that are driving the worry in this example are over the top or exaggerated. Maybe recognizing that some of the drivers are childhood experiences or cultural experiences that are turbocharging the worry. Letting go. And then in the third practice, letting in. Calling up, let's say, calm strength. Or other things that might help, that we would wish to replace what we've released. Replacing the weed with a matched flower that's related to it, right? And then in the receiving, to replace what you've released, you might deliberately do some linking. You might deliberately now, having stabilized this positive resource, let's say of calm strength, you might then, connect it with that alarmist, over-the-top worry to calm and ease and soothe it, keeping the sense of calm strength bigger and more in the foreground of awareness with, in the distance, off to the side, that sense of alarm that you're then trying to link to. Finishing with just the positive resource experience of calm strength. And that roadmap, for me, has been really useful. And you can start either way, right? But, and in a weird way, actually, kind of perversely, and I'll say this as we go into this practice, which is that you start appreciating negative material. Because you can't clear it if it's not active. It's hard to clear when it's not active. Because you can't disrupt reconsolidation until it activates. Make sense? Yeah, it's really powerful. It's really interesting. Probably the things you can do, you can certainly internalize resources that compensate for the negative that's latent. And there are ways in which that sometimes patterns in the nervous system tend to disperse or return to fertile noise over time without being reinforced. But on the other hand, the brain is designed to hold on to what it's learned from negative experiences, including the feeling of the negative, of fear or sadness or hurt or frozenness or anger, frustration, shame, etc. So if it's just sitting down there buried in the basement, you can't get at it. But on the other hand, if you get irritated by somebody or frazzled or frustrated, or you get caught up in drivenness, in a weird way, it's like, oh great, I'm upset again. How valuable. Now I know that's very California, sorry world, very 60s, 70s too, but it's true. It becomes an opportunity. Then you reframe your relationship to being upset about stuff. It's like, how useful. Sludge surfaced. Really smells, but wow, is it useful? Thank you. I won't use any gross metaphors here involving punch bowls. Okay, thank you. It's there. It's useful. And then you can practice with it. Okay, it changes how you think about it in a weird kind of way. And again, you look for every opportunity you can to have a vitamin C experience. Okay, enough talk. How about some practice and then some dinner? All right? All right. Are you alert enough? It's very humid, but are you kind of okay? The door's open. I'm assuming the air conditioning is on full bore. Well, it should be if it's not. Right. What? I need some air conditioning. Okay, ready? Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm warm. All right. Come on back. Don't worry. Let it go. My dad. Ready? My dad had this lovely gesture. You ready? He would go, Rick, don't fuss with that. It was so great. It was never dismissive or minimizing. It was, it was more like, and that was one of, I think, the secrets for his own long lifetime. Anyway. Okay, so let's do a practice. You ready? We're going to do some linking here. So let me get where I am in my slides. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to, here we go. All right? Great. Okay? Ready to focus? Good. So I'm going to suggest something that you link to, and so I'm going to suggest, and you can do something different, that we focus in the territory of satisfaction, the satisfaction system. So you might bring to mind something in your life that you're frustrated about, maybe disappointed. I encourage you to pick something kind of mild to moderate in terms of what you are working with that's negative. It's probably best to not go after like the white hot central core of your trauma. Keep it simple, take care of yourself. But let's bring to mind something where you feel maybe thwarted in the pursuit of important goals, or you feel frustrated or disappointed about something. Just kind of know what the negative is. We'll get to it in a bit. All right? Now, we're going to start with the positive. So, bringing to mind one or more ways you could feel satisfied. Gratitude is a lovely place to start. Things you appreciate. You might have a sense of one thing after another that you've really been given. Good fortune, blessings, or more generally, things you feel glad about. Another prompt is to be aware of things in general that help you feel happy, and calling up some sense of well-being or fulfillment. Simple, ordinary human happiness, in your case now. Not chasing it, not stressing about it, not straining toward it, more of an inviting. As I feel the cool breeze moving over my body, I am feeling happier. Also a sense of, another prompt, goal attainment. Many, many successes. Help yourself just register, for example, some of the many things you already accomplished today. You got out of bed without falling on your face, I assume. You got dressed eventually. Probably had a meal eventually. You made your way here, or connected online, or got other kinds of things done. And then in your history altogether, so many successes behind you. And as we're prompting ourselves here to have these experiences, taking them into yourself. Marinating in various aspects of satisfaction, of contentment. And then, if you like, moving toward the fourth step, staying in touch with different aspects of satisfaction, and maybe some that are particularly relevant or targeted to or matched to the particular negative material you're going to be working with soon. First, getting the idea of the negative. And getting used to the idea or the sense of having the positive in the foreground of awareness with off to the side something negative, in this case, just the idea of the negative, whatever it is. That's the sound of the wind on my microphone. Me? Yeah, that's right. No, it's all fine. Maybe close that door, Gabrielle. Thanks. Maybe close that. So now, see what it's like. If your attention wanders, it's fine. If it's a little tricky initially, it's okay. Positive in the foreground, negative off to the side. And then, if you like, you can have more of a felt sense of the negative. Still small, still off to the side, but more of the feeling of, say, frustration or disappointment or loss or feeling thwarted. Off to the side, mainly continuing to call up, regenerate a sense, one kind or another, of satisfaction in the foreground of awareness. And feel very free to adapt my suggestions to your own needs. Third level of engagement with the negative. A sense of the positive, contacting it, interacting with it, even going into it. Perhaps reassuring or bringing wise perspective to various negative thoughts or beliefs. Perhaps sinking down into places that have felt hollow or empty inside. Perhaps a kind of positive emotion, soothing, replacing negative feelings, or putting them in proportion. Stay with it. You might have a sense of pulses or waves from the positive, spreading out like a rising tide lapping on your seashore, or a fountain rising, waves spreading out to touch the negative. Not denying whatever is true, factually, but helping painful, upsetting reactions to what's true to be eased, to subside. There might be a sense, could be doing it already, of the positive sinking down into younger parts of you. Might have a sense of the positive connecting with younger versions of you at particular points in your life. maybe when things were really hard. Perhaps going all the way down into younger versions of yourself. Maybe a sense of easing along with the bells. Not forcing anything, not forcing the quote-unquote negative to change if it won't. Things often take time. It's all right. Trust in this process. And taking a final minute or so with this, maybe a sense of receiving deeply down into yourself, entering into the core of you, this positive material, spreading, the warmth of it, the feeling of it, letting it come into all the cells inside you. Helping hungry places to be fed. Whatever's relevant in the negative material, releasing, easing, dislodging, uprooting, falling away. And then letting go of the negative entirely, letting it go entirely. And for the last half minute or so, resting only in the positive. Satisfaction of various kinds sinking into you as you sink into it. And coming back into the room as you continue to stay with whatever's beneficial here. Eyes starting to open, coming back.
Can we find a recording of this somewhere?
Yes, we are recording it and we will offer it. Coming back, coming back. Good. Okay. Was that okay for you? Okay. It can be harder sometimes than we might think about it initially. And again, to be clear, I'm taking an extended period of practice. I think of one of my favorite phrases these days, unfortunately, is numbingly thorough. You know, my wife says I definitely have one of the 10 genes for OCD, at least one. But anyway, so we're taking our time. But in real life, we're usually doing linking kind of on the fly, intuitively, informally, you know, dozen seconds here, a few dozen seconds there. So, on the other hand, it can definitely help to take more time with it. There are a variety of ways to do linking. Journaling is a way. Making art is a way. Having a dialogue is a way to do it, where you write it out even, different parts of yourself, talking with each other. Different methods. You know, again, I didn't invent them. There are many different ways to do linking skillfully. The other thing,
Could you give more examples of different
different ways, like, you know, going back to my human potential days, acting out different subpersonalities, interacting with each other, or making art, different pictures, like a collage of maybe the negative material, a collage of the positive material, then maybe something together. Or I've known people who've made funny songs, you know, alternating verses like rap music or something like that, hip hop, or imagery. You know, for me, I'm a very visual person, and this sense of like the rising tide of goodness with waves rippling out, touching places, or going down into hollowed out, empty, deficit, not enough of the good places inside. That really has worked for me. Also, I'm also pretty kinesthetic. Like the warmth or the soothing. You know, like if you have an owie, ooh, you know that feeling right there. It's okay. You know, it does hurt. Yes, it hurts. I'm not denying that it hurts. I'm not angry that it hurts. I'm not against the hurtness. And ease. Is that better? Easing, you know, like that. And also, we'll do many more different prompts, including reaching into, and I'll talk more about this, the younger layers inside. Bringing them into your lap, talking with them, explaining to them. I was small and I was young in school and kind of dorky. I was often picked last for sports teams in PE. That's very embarrassing. And you know, I later discovered I'm reasonably athletic, not super, but reasonably. So I would go and I would do certain badass things like rock climbing. So, you know, so I would go back and I would talk with that, like, so embarrassed, you know, 11-year-old. It's okay, man. You're going to be so much baller than most of these other guys in 20 years. You know, like whatever works for you. You know what I mean? Like a baller being able to play with balls. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Hug the monkey. That's what I meant. Anyway, different ways. Okay? But the key point I was getting to as we finish here, including for the people maybe who've been doing this at home in your own way, wow, I have such respect for you that you were willing to engage the negative. It's honorable and dignified, you know, to engage the negative. It's one of the hardest things people can do, and one of the bravest things people can do, and most honorable, is to open to and start to heal and purify and work with the difficult, painful, negative material. And I always feel, I've guided many people through this, I always feel, as I do right now, a sense of respect for you in doing this. So, may you, one more time, just the positive. Remember I said, window of reconsolidation. Bring to mind just the positive, including you watching. Okay, remember the thing you worked with? Just the positive for a dozen or 2 dozen seconds. Bring it up. How about all together? And see if you can remember to do it at least once or twice more during the dinner period or this meal period. Okay, we will return in an hour and 10 minutes, okay? 20 past 6, 20 past 6, or 20 past the hour. Very good. We're halfway. Yay! Yeah, sure.
Have you worked with, or do you know, are you working with people who are adopted in terms of how
Adopted.
this works of the
Adopted?
neurology of that? 'Cause, you know, I'm adopted and I've worked with people who are, but in terms of the
When you say adapted or
adopted,
got it. Cool.
Yeah, because it's like from birth or pre-birth,
Yeah,
right? So
that's
like
right.
when you look at it, that sense of lack of safety as well as the attachment issues, it's like
Yeah.
system 1 and 3 are disrupted from the get-go.
right.
So like
Yeah.
people a lot of times will talk about or teach things about like remember a time before, and like there was no time before.
Yeah.
And then when you think about neurological development, you know,
Yep.
it starts with a distressing, stressful pregnancy and takes through. So have you worked with that? Are you aware of any of the research on that?
I don't know about research, and I haven't worked with that in particular.
Please turn off my mic. Turn off my mic.
Well, you all are here. So I'm going to start informally a little bit, and then we can bring the live streamers in now or later. We'll have a bit of a rolling start. I'll clap a little later. Clap. Oh, because we're recording, I guess it synchronizes the video and the audio. Remember that thing, like you probably noticed you're watching a TV program and the mouth movements are out of sync with the actual words they're saying, and it's a weird, disconcerting thing. That's my understanding, at least, of why the clap. Any question or comment for the people in the room already? All the way in the back. Why don't you say it, and then I'll just repeat it. Great.
I just wanted to know who said in the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Who? Who? Oh.
In the big.
I think it was Marpa. Marpa or Milarepa or Talopa or Zarathustra. No, I think it was one of those three. I don't know, but I think it was one of those Pas. Marpa, Milarepa, Talopa. One of those three. I should know. It's a beautiful quote, isn't it? You know, in the beginning nothing came, in the middle nothing stayed, at the end nothing left. What a beautiful description of practice, and how hopeful too. Another person.
I would like to know if you could give a brief synopsis on how memory works, because if we're
On how memory works.
On how memory works, because if we're going to be altering them through this process, through linking, I'm just a little bit unclear on how memories get coded in the first place.
It's a very deep question. How does memory work, and how do we change what we've learned, right? Which is a form of memory. And it's actually one of the deep questions. One of the original terms that was used for the physical presumed correlate of learning, whether it's learning numbers or mice learning where the cheese is, it's down this tunnel, not that tunnel, or it's people who acquire secure attachment in early childhood or insecure attachment. The basis being, one of the original terms was the engram, right? And only recently has it become increasingly clear what is actually the neural, at even the level of the individual neuron, basis for the engram, right? So, you know, this is a real area, learning, memory, in, neuropsychology. So it's a big area. The basic idea is that we take, let's say, a nervous system, and it gets patterned in one way or another in ways that are lasting. That's the fundamental physical substrate. That's a necessary condition, if you think of it, inside the natural frame. If there is change of mind, there must be change of brain, in effect. If the mouse remembers better that the cheese is down this tunnel compared to that tunnel, or the mouse comes to associate something unpleasant with a sound, like a puff of air in its face, in some research paradigm that follows the ringing of a bell. If there's some kind of learning, if a child learns how to ride a bike, there must be some change underneath it all. So then there's the question of patterning. So then the question becomes, what gets patterned? So the patterning could be changes in the strength of different connections. Patternings could involve the formation of new connections, new synapses. Patternings could involve changes in the relationship, the connectivity of different regions, how well they talk with each other or become disconnected from each other. Because learning is for better or worse. Trauma is a form of learning. Being traumatized. PTSD is a form of learning. The development of anxiety is a form of learning. The development of insecure attachment, low self-worth, shame, the acquisition of shame, the internalization of inhibition, or subtle forms of inhibition, like getting sleepy when you start to face a situation in which you need to assert your own power in it, and you swerve away as a result. Those are all forms of learning too. So patternings, physically. Other forms of patternings of learning, the physical basis of learning include things like changes in the expression of genes, epigenetic processes. In other words, the degree to which those little strips of atoms in the twisted up molecule of DNA get unpacked or packed so they can do their work. Gene expression. For example, people who routinely practice relaxation, studies show, have improved expression of genes that calm down the stress response. The genes themselves don't change, but the expression of the genes can change. Those are forms, ways in which the nervous system is patterned by the learning and the life changes going through us. Other forms of the patterning have to do with increases or decreases of various neurotransmitter systems, more dopamine, less dopamine, more serotonin, less serotonin, and including changes in receptors, little docks where those molecules land, like in shipping containers, where they slot in. So for example, the amygdala has the alarm bell of the brain, one on either side, has receptors for oxytocin, a neurotransmitter and hormone. It's the same molecule. It's a neurotransmitter if it acts in the nervous system. It's a hormone if it acts elsewhere, essentially. It's the same molecule. The amygdala has receptors for oxytocin, and there tends to be increased oxytocin activity when we're feeling love or relatedness of various kinds. And as we experience more of that kind of activity, there's some indications that there are increases of oxytocin receptors in the amygdala. So our alarm bell becomes increasingly receptive to calming, soothing, and centering, having to do with interpersonal experiences. That's another form of learning, if you think of it. And then, more broadly, we could have changes of large-scale patterns of connectivity that are revealed by different changes of brainwave activation over time. And also there's learning in the body. I want to be clear about, we talk a lot about the brain, but we don't want to be too brainocentric, right? The brain is embedded in the nervous system, which is entwined with everything else in the body. And to be clear, if we're having heartfelt experiences, okay, or if you wiggle your toes, it feels like the sensation is down there, but the final common pathway of the construction of that experience runs right between your ears. So it's in your brain that, generally speaking, we're having the final stage of the construction of the experience of heartfelt emotion. Right? So sometimes people think brain, ooh, sounds like Spock, right, in your head, and ooh, bad. Heart, oh, fuzzy, nice, cool. And I'm like, yeah, but that sense of compassion or sweetness or loving kindness or bringing up the memory of your grandmother's kitchen and the smell of those oatmeal raisin cookies and how good it felt, all that, right? It feels so heartfelt, is really very much involving activity upstairs. Maybe a little bit of activity here, a lot of activity. So it all kind of goes together. So the immune system, if we experience stress, we're upset about something, that's the nervous system, let's say, that tends to activate inflammatory processes in the immune system, involving, including the activity of chemical messengers called cytokines, some of which cross the blood-brain barrier, lodge in the hypothalamus of the brain, increasing the likelihood of certain kinds of depression. What's it? The knee bone is connected to the thigh bone, all that, like psychoneuroimmunology literally is a new branch of science. So it all kind of goes together. So the point is all that stuff's being patterned. And then the question is, how is the patterning occurring? It occurs through all kinds of mechanisms, and it depends on what we're experiencing. Because we could be learning related to certain kinds of sounds. We could, for example, become sensitized to certain sounds or habituated to certain sounds. We get used to them. We start tuning them out. That's a learning. That's a patterning. Something must be changing, but it tends to be doing so in those particular networks that do that thing. Or a motor activity, all right? I'm doing that, or let's suppose I was learning how to use chopsticks. as I repeatedly activate those patterns of sensory motor processing, there is patterning of the circuitry in the nervous system, especially in the brain, that's involved in that form of learning. On the other hand, in here, let's say you are pulling up feelings of disappointment or frustration in terms of goal attainment, and you are trying to link that to experiences of satisfaction. That's starting out as a very conscious experience that's situated in a particular place. So the hippocampus, part of your brain, is very involved with episodic learning, and its capacity to encode this experience and flag it for consolidation is really improved or affected by what the amygdala is doing. It's tagging things as relevant, salient, important. It's particularly vulnerable to tracking what's unpleasant, but it's still able to flag the amygdala what's pleasant, what's important, what's useful to gain from. Right? And so you're having that experience in here. You're associating things. The association is involving other cortical networks out, in the cortex, not the subcortex where the amygdala and hippocampus are. All right. But you're having that experience, it's being flagged, and then it's being set up for consolidation, sinking in. And one way that happens is that the hippocampus is very involved in remembering particular things, particular events. But what the cortex does is it indexes across lots of similar events to find the fundamental takeaway, the generalization from the specific, the general rule. And you can actually encourage that process when you are taking in the good to also be aware of the relevant generalization. Like, I'm feeling safe now. I'm experiencing calm strength now. And, it has a particular quality of being in my body, in this room, in this situation. But it's also part of a broader sense of myself as a resilient, sturdy person who, yes, gets hit by life, but has a core that endures and can spring back from being bonked hard. That's more the generalization, me in general, distinct from this particular moment of calm strength. And so, being a little bit aware of and reflecting on that sense of generalization can, I think, plausibly increase, turbocharge, and improve to some extent that larger process, of consolidation. So you get many dynamics involved, and where I am about this is just real pragmatic. Where does it hurt? What would help? How can we learn that? Right? I can remember 3 things. My wife says 4 things, I need to make a list. Right? I can remember 3 for the grocery store. Milk, butter, eggs. Chocolate, I got to write it down, honey. You know what I mean? So, right? Where does it hurt? What would help? How can you learn it? Doesn't it seem so central? Absolutely central. Okay, great. Super duper fundamental comment question. All right. As we continue, and want me to clap again, Dylan? I love this style. Okay. I have a couple of comments. Mission Control is telling me a few things. So, first, after you leave the theater here, kind of theater, please clean up your popcorn. In other words, if you could just straighten up a little bit, or if if you have debris under your chair, grab it on the way out the door. No big deal. Okay? Also, if you are wanting continuing education units and you need to sign in and sign out, please remember to sign out on the way out the door. All right? Also, a couple of comments from the live stream. First, New Zealand. Hello, New Zealand. They weren't on the list. Yay! New Zealand. I've been to New Zealand quite a few times. I got to say it. Canada is a really close second, but I think New Zealand, in my experience, had the highest density of basic sanity of any country I've been in the world. Woo! All right, go New Zealand. All right, good. Now, next one. My comment, you cannot disrupt negative material. It's hard to disrupt negative material until it's activated. Right? What did I mean by that, right? And let's see, is this similar to state or context-dependent learning? And how does it relate to psychotherapy? Its emphasis on exploring the wounds. So there's a variety of things in there. So first, we have, if you just think of it, a lot of learning, which is, or the fruits of learning being memory, broadly defined, emotional memory, body memory, trauma memory, social memory, etc. It's kind of under the waterline. It's back there. And it's either not influence anything in the moment, or it's exercising its influence in a very behind-the-scenes kind of way, maybe dragging us into depression, maybe kind of casting a pall on the inner landscape. Or, we get some gains, we grow from some experience, but then the smothering cloud comes back again, drags us back in, into the pain, the acid bath, all right? But it's behind the scene. How do we get to it? How do we get to it? Well, it's hard to get to if we're not in touch with it. And if we're in touch with it, it's active in awareness. It's been activated. We've pulled it up. If we know about it, even if we're not in touch with it, maybe we knew that things happened when we were young, but we can't really get at them very well. But still, we can bring to mind, where does it hurt? What would help? How can I learn it? How can I develop it? How can I grow it? How can I acquire it? How can I become that? How can I grow into being more that way, right? So we can know intellectually, conceptually, oh yeah, that stuff's there, and it would really help if I grew more of this. Even if I'm not in touch with the crud, I can infer it. I can recognize what's beneath the waterline, even if I can't see it. I can, from its shadow, I can figure out what's casting that shadow, and I'm going to grow this thing over here, even without being in touch with it. That's very, very helpful, because sometimes being in touch with it is overwhelming. That goes to another comment someone made, from online, that the linking session was harder than I thought. Difficult keeping the positive bigger than the abuse. Yeah, careful, be careful. First of all, do no harm. We don't want to reinforce anything. We don't want to re-traumatize, et cetera, et cetera. So, back about the negative. So it's hard to get at when it's under the waterline. We can do some things that I suspect do sift down into and change the negative material even without engaging it in any conscious way, but it's harder to do. Okay. So another way is to activate it. And what's interesting is that if you activate a part of it and deal with just a part of the negative, very often those effects ripple into the whole system. You don't have to re-experience this crud every single time or even feel all of it. And it's a weird little metaphor, but I think about a log floating downstream. You see a leaf, right? And you go, aha, log, sludge, crud. Oh yeah, my father's stuff, my stepfather material. Oh yeah, someone came up and talked with me at the break, being adopted, or I remember when I was young that I was about 1.5 years old. My baby sister was born. She had a lot of health issues. My dad was on combat tour or something. It was just my mom alone. I know she had her hands full. Her own mother died around that time. I'm sure I didn't get much, and I'm sure I was neglected. I know that's true, and I have maybe a dim sense of that. Okay, so it's my material. So the log comes downstream. You see the leaf. It's surfaced into conscious awareness. And as I said earlier, because you're on the learning team now, or have always been, goody, goody, goody. I feel like crap. Fantastic. An opportunity for growth and learning. A leaf, right? Okay, you got it? That's an orientation. So I see the leaf, and then maybe I pull on it a bit. Careful. Not wanting to be, re-traumatized by pulling the whole log onto my little canoe. Just, okay, leaf, twig, branch, and from it, and I can see the log dimly in the distance, and that's enough, right? So then I work with it. Maybe I do some linking. I interact with it. I associate some positive to it. I put it in perspective. I soothe it. I also feel it. I experience it out. I experience it through me. I'm focusing on releasing. I'm letting it go. And I'm doing that with just the leaf, the twig, and the branch. And then when I let it go, the associated positive continues to be involved in the reconsolidation processing through associative networks, rippling out into the whole log. Sometimes you get a complete release, and the log just turns into a river, streaming along. You never forget what happened. Maybe under certain extreme conditions, you can get re-triggered, but mostly it is gone. Sometimes you get a complete release, even early on. Usually, though, it takes repetition. You know, I've been at this personal growth stuff for a long time because I was motivated early because I was in a lot of pain, and I can still get re-triggered related to early childhood family material, particularly if I'm not on my game. So, you know, it takes a while. You bang at it, and ultimately, in my view, the fact that it can take a long, long time, and you can never, and often you can never get all of it, is an argument in part for resting more and more fully in kind of a fundamental green zone, peaceful, loving contentment, inside of which is still some neurotic material. Because, you know, totally cleansing the mind, this side of pure enlightenment, total enlightenment, I think it's like trying to polish Jell-O. You know, you never can do it fully. Anyway, but it's very hopeful to finish up on this point, including this point here about disrupting negative material, that when you can pull it up and activate it, you know, maybe you're not getting at everything, but what you can do with the parts you pull up above the waterline, up into consciousness, then beneficially reverberate out into the whole material as it generalizes out. Remember that process of generalization from hippocampus to cortex? As it generalizes all the way out, it can help and release and transform the whole package. That's very, very helpful, isn't it? I've got to keep going, but I wanted to say that it's very, very helpful. And it gets much more real, too, when it stops being so theoretical and you do it more and more and more in your own practice. Okay? So, all right, great. So I'm going to keep going. And if you get it all sleepy, I know it's the evening, you know, take care of yourself, stand up. I think fresh air is a good thing, you know, so maybe we could find a little, maybe over here it's quieter, maybe the door ajar a little. I'm a fresh air nut, you know. It's people, right? Some people put coats on, I tend to take coats off, so maybe I ought to take off my coat. Wow, what an obvious idea, Rick. I think I'll keep it on a little longer, though. Okay, so onward. All right. So we're in our fourth section. We're past the halfway point, and we're going to talk about you know, creating strengths for safety. So as being here at the halfway point, to reinforce the learning, the growth, whatever it's been for you so far, in a moment I'll suggest that you find a partner and just kind of list or, you know, headline or underline some of your takeaways so far. What are your key points so far? What are your keepers? What do you want to remind yourself again to really take into yourself? You know, what do you want to take home, as it were, out into your real life from what we've been doing so far? See the basic idea, the structure, familiar one, A's and B's. A's go first, B's mainly listen. I think we'll do this for, where am I here? Whoop, I need my other script for, you know, let's say 4 minutes or so. I'll ring the bell when it's time, and then we'll come on back. Okay, and you don't have to do it, but, and it might be helpful to talk about it with somebody else.
2 minutes and 2 minutes or 4 minutes?
Oh, 4 and 4. 4 and 4, because you've gained so much already. You need so much time. You need so much time, right? Anyway, okay, you got it? Find a partner, pick an A and a B. I'll do this for people online. So you want to find your partner, and if you want a partner, raise your hand. Find a hand. Be assertive. Take care of yourself. Pick an A and a B. If you want, you could go outside. Just come on back in about 9 minutes. All right? You got it? Be as candid as you want to be. And zero in on keepers. Okay? A's, begin. Is this where you want me? With the backdrop?
That's perfect. Yeah.
So. Hello, everyone. And as you know, we're focusing here on takeaways for you from this program so far. And let's begin with this fundamental idea of growing the good inside yourself, developing resources, particularly in our focus, resources in your mind, in addition to whatever resources you're growing in your body or out in your world, to deal with challenges in your life, as well as to shore up vulnerabilities, and for their own sake, resources like well-being or fulfillment or meaning or inner peace that are worth developing for their own sake. So that's a potential takeaway, just to zero in on this idea of, oh yeah, resources. And I'll go through a variety of things that might be takeaways for you, or categories really, more exactly, of takeaways. And along the way, of course, you can make some notes for yourself or interact with this however you like. So another potential takeaway is the whole idea of learning, of turning momentary experiences of various resources, momentary good experiences of different kinds, into something of lasting value, with the fundamental kind of modesty or even chagrin of realizing that most beneficial experiences are wasted on the brain of most people most of the time. If we don't help these beneficial experiences sink in, the learning curve gets flatter. There is some learning, some incidental learning from various beneficial experiences, particularly to the extent that we become sensitized to them. All right, there's a place for that. It's not hopeless. On the other hand, think about how you might be able to really steepen your personal learning curve through a deliberate valuing of or focus on internalization. Or to use a different word in the learning model I'm using here of state to trait, activation to installation, how could you help yourself with a greater focus on installing your beneficial experiences into yourself? We also have takeaways, perhaps, about how to actually do that. I use the HEAL acronym as a framework for this fundamental, universal process of learning, especially emotional, social, somatic, motivational, attitudinal, even spiritual learning. Have, enrich, absorb, and link. Maybe there are some takeaways for you there in terms of how you go through your day and how you might be able to help yourself steepen your growth curve, increase the gains, the lasting gains from your experiences, keeping in mind this roadmap, this fundamental process or procedure for turning passing experiences into something of lasting value that I summarize in the HEAL acronym. I'm going to check the time here. And I'm going to give a time signal to people. So I'll be back in a minute. 30 seconds. That was over 5 minutes, because of course you've learned so much already. Anyway, so how about get ready to switch roles? So A's, you're going to mainly listen. B's, mainly talk. B's, what have you gained so far? What are your takeaways? What are the key lessons? If you can kind of give yourself 10 days from now, 10 years from now, some suggestions, what might they be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, B's, begin. Great, we're back. So in terms of takeaways, then we've had a variety of key resources, key flowers, metaphorically speaking, to grow inside the garden of your own mind-brain system. Some of the major ones we've covered so far were gratitude, feeling all right right now, strength, feeling cared about, being on your own side, being for yourself, an ally to yourself. Aspects of safety, including peace, we also explored aspects of satisfaction, including contentment. Any one of these might be key takeaways for you, or lessons learned around them. And we also explored feeling really connected. In a word, love, flowing in and flowing out. So perhaps there were some takeaways for you related to any of these particular strengths to grow inside yourself. Other takeaways might have to do with doing the linking process, ways to use it skillfully to really affect things inside yourself and deal with places inside in which you've internalized the absence of the good or the presence of the bad, and using positive material that's matched to that's targeted at, specific to, that negative material. Maybe there's some takeaways there for you. There might also be a takeaway having to do with where your needs really are or where your issues really are. As I've told you my story, my issues were mainly in the social system because that's where there was both the absence of the good and the presence of the bad. Your needs might be there. Many people are. Issues of hurt or abandonment or exclusion, sometimes systematic, targeted, prejudicial, discrimination, exclusion, mistreatment, even terrible, even more terror, even things that are even terrible expressions of that kind of thing. Or maybe your issues were more with the safety system, perhaps an anxious temperament or a very irritable temperament, or maybe having been traumatized or forced into helplessness. Or maybe you have people or issues in your life today that are very threatening, really coming at you. And so it's important to build resources for that area. Or maybe you have issues that are, alive, hot, really active, having to do more with the sense of, frustration or disappointment in terms of satisfaction or loss, grief. And I might add to you, I haven't yet said it to the people in this room, that certain issues cross boundaries. I think of relationship issues as very often crossing all boundaries, like losing a loved one hits you in all ways. It's the perfect storm. It's all three. It's a trifecta of, difficulty. You lose this person you're connected to. There's a lot less reward in a broad sense there. And often it exposes us to threats. It violates our sense of safety to no longer have that person, including an animal companion, a pet, in our life. Also, I think of depression as a characteristic or symptom that also tends to cross all three systems. Depression is often a result of helplessness in terms of safety. Also, depression often is involved with feelings of lack of reward or savor or juiciness of life in terms of satisfaction. And then last, as we lose loved ones, depression, is a natural symptom to grief or melancholia and mourning, as Freud pointed out a long time ago. So, however you like, as I finish up here, you can get a sense of what might be the keepers for you. What's on your short list? It's hard to remember everything. You don't need to remember everything. What's the most important thing? Or the top 3, or top 5, or even 10, but the basics. The magic number in psychology is 7 plus or minus 2. It's hard to remember more than 9 items. It's easy to remember 5. And maybe for you it really boils down to just one thing, as it were. What are your takeaways? Okay, good. And take good care of yourself. So I'm going to go back to the group now, giving time signals. All right, 30 seconds. All right, good. Wrap her up. Come on back. Thank you, partner. Thank you, partner. Great. It went a little longer, just intuitively, right? You probably could have kept going a bit. It's really good to kind of flag for ourselves, okay, what's the takeaway? What's the keeper? Quick review. There's a term in psychology, repeated trials learning, rather than massed practice. In other words, it's often better to take, 5 minutes at a time, 4 discrete episodes rather than 20 minutes in a row if you're trying to learn something. So repetition, coming back to it, including reflecting on, all right, what's the learning so far? That's very useful to do. I want to make a few quick comments related to some notes that have come in, and then we'll segue into a practice of self-compassion, one of the more powerful and useful resources to be able to get in touch with. I can see some fans over there in the second row. Anyway, so let me see here. First, with regard to, okay, a fairly easy question first. In your handbook, we put in some worksheets, I put in some worksheets at the end of each class, or each part, 6 of them. And then there's one for the course as a whole. And I created those initially when I taught this in a format of 6 classes over 7 weeks, over 6 or 7 weeks. So at the end of each class, then people would take home the good, and then they'd come back the next week. That's a really nice way to learn this material. In this setting, I'm doing it in 3 jam-packed days. Good news, it's jam-packed. Bad news, you don't have opportunities between the sections to really engage this material. And that's where the worksheets can come in. What you might like to do when we're all done here is deliberately go back through it a week at a time. That would really turbocharge your learning. And I would be so proud of you. If you do it, including online, and you email me, I will send you a gold star. We will come up with a gold star. It will be the goldest of gold stars. It will be a really good gold star. Stephanie Valen, who does this kind of stuff, will make a wonderful gold star. It might even have the picture of her 2.5-month-old baby in the center of it all. I'm not committing you, Stephanie, but it's maybe. Okay? Seriously, think about that. And so it's like, and those are just suggestions. I suggested, in the structure of, all 7 days of the week, a handful of things to focus on. And if you like, you could put check marks for every single time you do it. Some people don't like checklists. I tend to avoid them. They remind me of my controlling parents, even though it's my checklist on my refrigerator. But still, form of learning. I've been patterned in that way, right? On the other hand, a lot of people just love those check marks. And it's a great way to feel like you're really engaged in the practice. So that's what you can do if you like with those forms. And you can make up your own forms. What do you want to take in every day? What do you want to have and install inside yourself routinely? So that's a nice way to use those checklists. Okay? Another question, comment. Let's see about, here we are. So contraindications. All right. So I'll talk more about this in the professional course. For now, I'd like to say that I think there are basically 2 things to keep in mind if you engage this practice of deliberate cultivation. The first is there's some research that shows that if a person is vulnerable to manic depression, to real manic episodes, bipolar disorder, intensely positive experiences can tend to tip into a manic episode. So think the range, 0 to 10 on the plus scale, okay, of intensity. And I think the takeaway from that is when you start heading north of 6, 7, or 8, it's a yellow flag at least. Be careful, right? But ordinary range experiences of comfortable connectedness with another person, sure, savor that. Sense of accomplishment, getting things done, enjoying the nice orderly feeling of your bedroom when your bed is made. If you've got one of the 10 genes for OCD, why not? That's not going to make you manic. Delight with friends, exuberant, getting excited as a sports team is doing well. It's okay. It's okay. Just be a little careful. Be careful of the upper range there. Okay. Second, if someone is severely depressed, I think any kind of willful effort to have and internalize an emotionally positive or otherwise rewarding experience is worse than useless because it's a reminder of how depressed you are. And so, for me, severe depression is a contraindication, as it were, for doing this kind of thing. Now, moderate to mild depression, or what's called dysthymic disorder, kind of the blues, so we're in that range now. Many methods that are shown through research to be quite effective in gradually lifting depressed mood. Psychosocial methods, this side of physiological interventions like exercise or certain kinds of skillful nutrient supplementation or outright antidepressants, distinct from that. Mental practices or relational experiences. Many protocols that are quite effective for moderate to mild depression or dysthymic disorder involve these sorts of methods of having activated certain kinds of beneficial experiences and then often implicitly helping them land and sink in. So I think these methods are actually appropriate and okay for the blues or mild to moderate depression, but they're not indicated for severe depression. Often you just have to ride that out. I do think it's interesting that wholesome sensual pleasure might be an avenue into doing something with severe depression, because even if you're severely depressed, in this instant, the chocolate chip tastes good. In this instant, being thirsty, drinking feels good. You can't hold on to it, and if you chase it, it just increases the depression. It's like one more thing to perform at that you're failing at, right? Despair and dejection, feeling disheartened and all that. No. But the opportunity in the moment, perhaps, to have some little sense of reward might, I offer this thought very diffidently, might be useful in cases of really severe depression. Very simple, wholesome, primal, sensual, positive sensual experiences. Okay. Okay, so there. Great. And then also with this was suicidal ideation. I'm going to talk more about this stuff in the professional course starting in the second sequence here. I'll just say for the moment that sometimes the best thing we can do is just stop feeding the beast. If we fight the beast, we feed the beast. So sometimes thoughts arise, like suicidal ones, or other versions of that. And if we get caught up in trying to argue against them, or yell at them, or fight them, we get caught in a loop. Sometimes there's a place for saying no, or I recognize you. I'm a Lord of the Rings geek, read all that. As soon as you recognize that it's worm tongue, so persuasively yapping away. Or I think of also the press secretary for the North Korean government. All our people are happy. They love grass soup. No one's starving here. As soon as you recognize, aha, press secretary for North Korea, or another version of this, I see you, Mara. I recognize that voice. I mean, there's a place for that kind of muscularity. On the other hand, sometimes just the best thing to do is, yeah, I got it. Thank you for sharing. Anything new? Heard that before. And then move on with your life. So I think that, and then grow the positive flowers in the garden of the mind to gradually crowd out the weeds. Flowers crowd out weeds. Growing the good over time. So that's a quick comment about a big topic of suicidality and so forth. And most fundamentally, having worked with people that were suicidal, don't do it. Reserve the right to leave if you really need to. But fundamentally, when you're not in your right mind, don't do it. And almost always when people are suicidal, they're not really in their right mind. And if you can't not do it for yourself, don't do it because of the impact on other people. One of the old famous books on suicide had a title, The Savage God. And there's something about that quality in doing that sort of thing. I've known a number of people who were very harmed by the suicide of a family member. So, not to guilt trip you, not to add to the suicidal slippery slope, but just factually, really, taking into account, it leaves a big hole in the lives of other people. Okay. And self-compassion could well be a kind of segue topic here. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. And I will end on time tonight at 9 o'clock, so you'll be able to sleep well. All right, so we're going to slide into inner strengths for the safety system. And obviously in just a few hours, we're not going to cover every possible mental resource that's relevant for issues of anxiety, anger, or helplessness. Those are kind of the big ones. Or pain, not just threat, but pain, real difficulty. But it can help in all of these to realize that they're multi-purpose inner strengths. Being on your own side, centering, calming. You can use that for satisfaction and connection as well as for safety. In addition, in here, we're going to focus on self-compassion and some other key inner resources that are particularly helpful, I think, for feeling threatened or harmed, or something bad is happening to us. So after doing this self-compassion practice, then I'll get into a few other key inner strengths for dealing with anxiety or anger or helplessness, challenges to safety, threats of various kinds, including different ways of feeling that you're recognizing threats accurately, as well as establishing more and more of a sense of calm strength. But before we go there, I want to explore self-compassion with you. Okay? How many of you have ever done a self-compassion practice? Okay, and those of you online can see a lot of hands in the room. So a lot of you have done that. Great. The basic idea is that compassion sounds like a fancy word. It's the fundamental response to pain or suffering. It's like you see someone, something happened to them, there's a sense of concern or a wish that they were not suffering. Wow, oh. And it's very wholesome. It doesn't tip into all kinds of solving their problem or all kinds of feeling superior because you don't have their suffering. No. Also, compassion is real even if we can't fix it. I look at, we're talking about Haiti or other places, I look at the situation there and I just, wow. And I know I can't fix it, I still have a lot of compassion, though, for what's happening there. So, when you're self-compassionate, you're simply applying that wish, the one not suffer, usually with feelings of tender concern to yourself. A lot of research on self-compassion shows that it actually makes people stronger, not weaker. There's a fear sometimes that if I'm nice to myself, that'll make me soft or a chump. Actually, it makes us more able to endure difficulty. People who are harder on themselves, self-compassion is kind of the opposite of self-criticism. I want to distinguish self-criticism from self-guidance. Recognizing when you're messing up and course correcting. That's good, but that's different from whacking yourself again and again and again. Or enacting inside what some people might call internalized oppression, ways you were mistreated in a variety of ways, including systemically, doing to yourself bad enough that they did that to you. Even worse, that you keep doing it to yourself. Self-compassion is the opposite of that. And as we increase self-compassion, we tend to decrease that kind of problematic, harsh self-criticism. That's why, for example, self-compassion tends to make people more successful at work and in the course of their career, because self-compassion builds up, self-criticism tears down. Also, self-compassion makes people more resilient, more able to bounce back from difficulties in life, and it tends to shore up self-worth more than self-esteem practices do. Self-esteem is pretty mental. I've known people who could give you a list of their good qualities, and they really felt like a bad person. Self-compassion gets much more at that. There are different ways into self-compassion. The way I'm going to do it here is in a 3-step sequence that makes sense to me based on research on the brain. First, we're going to warm up the relational circuitry by taking in feeling cared about. And then second step, we're going to ground in the feeling of compassion for someone easy or beings that are easy, so you really know what that state, that feeling and stance is like. And then in the third step, applying it to yourself. There are other ways to do self-compassion practices. Kristen Neff and Christopher Germer have developed a lot of wonderful material about this, including a training in mindful self-compassion. And I've looked through that training, and it's the real deal, as many of you know, having gone through it and or potentially teach it. Okay, so let's do it. Ready? You want to give it a try? Go for it. And this is a kind of linking. Compassion is a kind of linking. There is suffering, and we have heart for it. By the way, compassion often is involved with or blends with other emotions like kindness, the wish that beings be happy, which does not presuppose suffering. Compassion presupposes suffering. Also, self-compassion or compassion might get involved with or blend with encouragement, or a recognition of injustice, or motor activity. Literally, motor circuits in the brain tend to activate as we mobilize compassion because we do want to help. So there might be actually some planning or intending related to helping. It's really okay if those other things come up too, and I'll keep focusing kind of on compassion. All right? Okay, here we go. As usual, work that inner jukebox, that inner iPod, try to get that song going of starting with feeling cared about. One of the fundamental resources. Back in the Serengeti, exile was a death sentence. Feeling cared about is deeply, deeply important to us. It's as important to our mind as oxygen is for our body. To take in repeatedly, again and again, authentic opportunities to feel included, seen, appreciated, liked, and loved. So since you're doing this more and more, I'll be quieter now, encouraging you to activate different aspects of feeling cared about. And then as you start to access a sense of being cared about, maybe remembering people who've come through for you, are friendly toward you, thinking about your pet, if you have one, or whatever works for you. As you start to access feeling cared about, then moving into enriching and absorbing. Staying with it, opening to it in your body, recognizing the salience of being cared about, the relevance, and then in absorbing, opening to receive, intending to help yourself actually become a little more grounded in the sense of being cared about. Okay. Feeling free to move at your own pace. I'll move through each of these three sections though. Now, having received caring, how about expressing caring, particularly related to compassion? Bringing to mind someone that you naturally and easily have compassion for. Could be a human, could be a non-human animal, could be a group, a class of beings perhaps. It's okay if it's one or more beings. And then once you start to have the experience of compassion, enriching and absorbing it. There might be soft thoughts in your mind, such as, may you not suffer, or perhaps something specific, such as, May you find work. May you find more peace with your pain. May you get less frazzled about your children. May your chemotherapy go well. Not getting lost in the thoughts, but just using them if they're helpful. Soft in the back of the mind to enrich and protect and prolong the compassion. There could be a very embodied sense of it, an opening in the heart, be a sense of breathing into and out through the heart. You might put a hand on your heart, if that helps. It might be a sense of energy or light or ripples, waves, spreading out. There might be a sense of compassion as not specific to any particular being who's suffering, but quote-unquote non-referential, just spreading out boundlessly, waves radiating out from you, rippling out from you, filling the whole earth, filling the whole universe, spreading. May all beings everywhere be at peace. You might have a sense of being lived by this lovingness, in a sense, coming up into and through you. Perhaps other qualities mix in with the compassion, like kindness or friendliness, commitment or love. Compassion also becoming absorbed into you as you become absorbed into it. Sinking into you, spreading out in you, becoming you as you become compassion. Know what compassion is like, an experience, and as a trait, a quality of you, compassion. And then, in the third step here, as you like, knowing what compassion is like, applying this feeling and these wishes to the being who wears your name tag, to yourself. You might have your sense of yourself kind of over there in some sense, or just feeling it in here. Being aware of some of your burdens. Things that have happened to you. Ways currently that you're in pain, or could be. Upset about things, stressed by things, burdened or banged on by events, conditions, other people. Not overdoing it, not overstating it, but not underdoing it, not underseeing it, recognizing it clearly. And mainly, not just recognizing, but mobilizing good wishes for yourself, especially the wish, may I not suffer. You're not resisting the suffering, you're not against the suffering, you're simply wishing well to yourself. May I not suffer. May I not be so troubled by this. May I find a way to be more at peace with this. May my own chemotherapy go well. It's a kind of linking in which there's an awareness of the suffering, the pain, the challenge over there, and mainly rising waves of good wishes, tender concern, sympathy and support for yourself. You might have a sense of the compassion sinking into places inside you that have felt pressured or burdened or mistreated. Hard things have happened for you. And you can have a sense of good wishes for yourself. You might have an awareness of what could be called common humanity, the sense that you're not suffering alone. Of course that was hard for you. Of course it would bother, upset you. That's natural, normal. Other people would feel the same way. Other people, and you can turn up the mic up there, other people would feel the same way. You know, it's okay, there's nothing wrong with you that you've been suffering. Bringing that warm-heartedness to yourself. Now also, if you like, you can imagine a younger version of yourself. I'll do this twice, as an adult and a child. And don't tackle anything that's going to hijack you. But this is a kind of linking. So if you want, bring to mind a time in your life, let's say as an adult, that was particularly hard for you, upsetting, it landed hard on you, maybe it left some scars, some impacts that are still with you today perhaps. And imagine yourself then, perhaps outside yourself, and see if you can radiate waves of good wishes, sympathetic support, respectful support for that younger version of yourself. You might imagine words or wordless communication, sending back in time or sending down into those layers of yourself today that were laid in at this time when you were younger as an adult. Or simply just sending caring, good wishes, recognition of the wounding that you suffered then. Don't get swallowed up in the story or the history. Know it in a summary form and mainly focus on compassion, tender concern for that younger you. And then if you like, one more cycle when you were a child, a teen or a grade schooler, and feel free to pick a different time if you want. Maybe even yourself as a very little child, very little boy or girl, or even transcending those categories. Bringing to mind the pressures, the burdens, the circumstances impacting that little kid. Finding in your heart today so much recognition of what was hard. So much awareness of the big, powerful forces arrayed at that kid, against that kid, or around that kid. Sure, that kid made mistakes. Every kid does. That's part of common humanity. And it doesn't make it different that that child you once were was suffering. Radiating support, radiating understanding, even encouragement to that child you once were. And taking another minute or so as we start to finish up, there can be a sense as a kind of bonus of receiving compassion into yourself. You've been sourcing it, but inside your brain, it doesn't know what the source of an experience is. So see if there's an opportunity here, what it would be like to receive into yourself, including into these younger layers of yourself, real compassion and other positive qualities, friendliness, recognition of injustice, support, perspective. See if you can get a sense of those things, being received into yourself, including younger layers of yourself. So we'll be starting to come back now. As your eyes start to open, you come back into the room and helping yourself to sustain and encourage an ongoingness of compassion for yourself, even as we start coming back, getting more active. Acknowledging the pain, and mostly in the linking, being aware of warm-heartedness. That's a funny word, but for me it's the one that comes to mind, a sweetness for yourself, rather than that common sourness applied to ourselves. Sweet toward yourself, kindness, a warmth for yourself. Often it has an embedded respectfulness. There's respect for yourself and seeing what happened and how it affected you. So let's, in a moment, slide into a break, and then we'll talk about this a little bit. It's really okay to be quiet if you want. Maybe go outside, just let things continue to ripple for you. And we'll come back, if we can, in 21 minutes at the hour, at 8 o'clock. Okay? Good. See you then.